We're live. We're live.
Hopefully not this.
Yep. Welcome back to Sidewinder Shed. And you know what? It's live. Saturday night,
Oh,
December 1st.
yes, that's great.
And I got a very good friend of mine
Oh, where'd you
right here,
Oh,
Sergeant First Class Lore. Sean. I'm sorry.
that's fine.
I wasn't supposed to let anyone know you were military. My bad.
I don't care. I'm retired.
Oh, okay. He's retired
No,
now.
he's right the first time.
Yep. But very good friend of mine. And it don't matter a whole lot. There's nobody watching. That's my viewer count because
It
I just
takes
kind of,
takes them a while to
yeah,
fill in.
I just kind of popped on. Didn't tell anyone I was coming on. We're doing this spur of the moment. But yeah, I hope everyone had a good Thanksgiving.
Oh,
I hope everyone enjoyed themselves. Um, as far as the truck goes, transmissions in it, and I was gonna have it running today. Hey, there's my buddy Philip.
what's up, Philip?
Hey, Philip. Good evening, sir. Well,
Phil.
you popped in just as I came on, so I'm getting ready to tell everyone what's going on. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving. I had a great Thanksgiving. Um, as far as the truck goes, uh, I was planning on getting it up and running today, but that would have meant flushing out the radiator and bypassing the transmission cooler and putting a new cooler on. But a good friend of mine gave me the money to get a new radiator, so I'm going to order that tomorrow. It'll be here Thursday. I'll put it in the truck Friday after work, maybe Saturday, and that way I don't have to worry about flushing it, and I don't have to worry about all the little sparklies and everything that's in it. So I'm just it. We'll start over from scratch, everything brand new. So that's the plan, and that's what's happening with the truck right now. Hey, Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Every time I'm on, this man shows up, and I appreciate it. Just to say hi. How you doing, sir? I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. I hope everything was good for you, my friend.
I can because I could actually zoom into his thing and I'll put in my headphones, but I won't be able to speak. I'll just hear myself speak through my.
Oh no, it's okay. Once everybody gets up here, if you want, I can actually unplug this.
Oh, it's fine.
Um,
That
yeah,
might be better. Less feedback.
a lot of times I just keep this plugged in because I'm the only one here.
Okay.
And actually, the microphone on the computer works fine. It's the friggin' speaker with my hearing that I have trouble. But since you're here, you can interpret. You can tell me what everyone says. But yeah, Philip, if you want to hop on, that's fine. Daniel, if you'd like to hop on, it's welcome. The link is right up top. I appreciate it. And yeah, I haven't seen Sean physically.
Since 2016.
Yeah, since 2016. It's been a while, so it's a good thing. Oh, and by the way, Sean has his own YouTube channel, and it is what, sir?
Mud and boots.
Mud and Boots.
That's letter M, not
Yeah,
N.
Mud with two D's or one.
Two D's.
MUDDNBOOTS, no space. That's it. Check it out. He's just getting started. Um,
So we got three cookies up
yeah, he's got three shorts
there.
so far. So
We're
yeah,
having technical difficulties for a couple days, so
yep.
we'll resolve some of that problem.
But all right. Now, you know what?
What?
What I'm gonna do is to make sure that this mic works. I think. going to go to my channel. Yep. And there's going to be a delay, as you can see. But I'm also going to unplug my headset. Let's try this. Wait to see how long this takes. Let's try this. Yep, that's working. Yep.
No, stop that so you don't get feedback.
Wait to see how long this. Let's try this. Yep, that's working. Yep.
No, stop that so you don't get.
Okay. Here we go. All right, Philip, that'll be fine, buddy. Yeah, no, I don't need my headset because that's not going to help anymore.
Sorry.
No, that's fine. Yeah, it took me a minute to figure it out. And again, if Sean wasn't here, I never would have seen the fact that the computer microphone was muted. Hey, Turbo Tom, how you doing, buddy? Happy Thanksgiving. I hope you had a good Thanksgiving. I'm glad to see you here, man. Thank you for stopping by. I appreciate it. And again, if you all want, in the comments, there's a link. Hop on, say hi. And good friend of mine,
I can't hear you.
Sean.
Is that another one?
Do what, sir?
Hey, no, I was looking at Philip said he couldn't hear you now, but I'm saying, can he hear you now?
Oh, yeah. Yep. That's an older one.
Okay. Just make sure.
Oh, okay, sir.
Both my grandsons are.
Yep, both your grandsons are home. I got you, my friend. Well, just keep me on in the background, no problem. Yeah, I just kind of decided to come on live for a little bit here and see what was going on. Does anyone know if Bear Rose Garage is doing a live tonight or not? Because I haven't talked to Kim in forever, and I should. That's what I'm trying to do right here, right now, is check to see if he's scheduled to do a live stream.
I like Philip's comment. What? Let me turn my hearing aid up. LOL.
Thank you, Philip. Appreciate it, buddy. And I'm sorry, this is for people that decide to watch it later. Yeah. What? Let me turn my hearing aid up. And as far as Bear Rose goes, yeah, I'm hoping so too, man. I would really like. I'd really like to see him again. I love it when he goes live. Hi, here's my buddy Philip. Hey, Philip.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Oh, just another day, buddy. Just another day. Hey,
Just
did
another
you
day, another dollar.
Yeah, did you get everything done, man? How are things? He's getting ready to move.
Oh no, it's being crazy right now, and yeah, I was still moving stuff up till a minute ago. I got one friend over here that was helping me, and We packed up her stuff with a bunch of crap that she can take to her house.
I
But
gotcha.
yeah, I still got a lot of stuff behind. But he was talking about Bear Rose. I was hoping he would come on because the last message I got from him was that he wanted to get up with me one more time before I have to make the move. Because here's the thing: once I make this move, I'm going to go dark for a while. I won't have any internet access or anything, So
Oh, that sucks.
Yeah. Yeah, I hear. Yeah, I don't see anything. Usually he will, unlike me, he will say,
yeah,
"Hey, I'll be there Sunday or Monday and everything." I don't see anything. I'm kind of hoping he will uh go on. It would be nice. I mean, Kim is
yeah,
such a good guy and he's so interesting to talk to.
yeah.
But all right, so I'm sorry. I was kind of distracted because I was looking to see if he had a notification to come on. And so I missed kind of part of what you were saying and everything. So you're
Yeah,
still moving, you're still getting shit out of there.
Yeah, I'm still moving stuff. Matter of fact, I won't get everything moved by the time my time is up. So I've just, but the people who are buying the place, they understand that it's an as-is deal, that they're going to get what they're going to get, and if they get a bunch of trash, well, you know what, it becomes their problem.
I got you.
But it ain't going to be trash, really. I mean, my whole living room set, everything, the love seat, sofa, end tables, coffee table, sofa table, my big entertainment system, my 2 recliners, my dining room table,
Oh,
half all my dishes. I'll leave so much stuff behind that a person could just come in and pick right up and start living in it.
Right.
Wouldn't have to buy furniture or nothing. I've still got this is what I do want to do. I've got an upright chest freezer. I'm going to move that. I'm going to take my washer and dryer because that's new stuff.
Yep.
And I have to leave the refrigerator, and I have to leave the stove, and I have to leave the dishwasher too, but I don't care. That thing don't work anyway. I've got another refrigerator out on the back porch, kind of like an auxiliary refrigerator where I keep all my beer and stuff.
Yeah, I kind of understand that. Yes.
I could take that, but it would be such a pain in the ass to move that I've decided to hell with it. With the kind of money I'm going to get, I'll just go buy a new refrigerator.
Yep. My beer fridge back here on the porch, which of course,
Oh,
anyone that's
I
ever
knew
watched
that.
the live stream though.
Yeah, exactly. How many times have I seen you get up and walk into that refrigerator? So.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's gonna suck because this has been my home in the last 20 years.
Yeah.
I'm not really moving out of the neighborhood yet. I've got a place to stay down the street, and I've got a bunch of stuff in storage. I got more stuff in storage than what I should have put in storage. I don't need half of that crap, but I don't know. It's about trying to let go,
Well,
Can't let go.
We have been downsizing one of the houses in storage, and I was amazed at how much we cling on to or grab, and thinking that we, oh, not yet. I need to whatever, right?
Yeah.
And getting rid of boxes and just going, why was I holding it this long?
Well, that's just it. I'm actually the opposite because my wife and I had so much crap that I just didn't care. I would go through and pick the things that I want to keep. And then I'm like, all the rest of it is just crap, And I let friends and neighbors and whatever come over and see if there's anything they want. They can take it, just take it, The hell with it.
There's an old adage.
I did all right with my yard sales when I had them going. I made about $1,700 in the yard sale when I had them going. So
how nice.
Damn, I wish I could have sold everything that I had because that'd be less stuff for me to move. But still, even with the stuff that I'm focused on keeping, which is mostly tools, parts, pieces, that kind of stuff, the stuff related to the trades, I'll hold on to. I came across a small Lowe's bag full of PVC plumbing fittings. Do you think I'm going to throw that out? Hell no. I'm gonna
Not
keep it.
nowadays. Hell
You know?
no.
Yeah.
Hell no. But
And
what was the old
it's
adage?
just stuff like that. I have a bucket that I call my magic bucket. And it's got every kind of nut, bolt, and screw in the bucket. And the bucket's like full. It's like a 5-gallon bucket.
Yep.
And no matter what you need, you go digging in that bucket, you'll find what you need, you know?
Oh yeah.
That's why I call it the
Might take you
magic
2
bucket.
hours to get to the bottom and find it, but yeah, yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I got you. Now,
Right.
Sean was saying, the old adage, what?
Is if you got something and you haven't used it in 6 months, get rid of it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then 3 days later, you'll need it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember when my grandfather was alive, and I would go help him work on his house, and he had a big old shop in the back. Well, I shouldn't say big; it was big enough, and he held on to the nuts and bolts and pieces and parts, you know. And I'd help him around the house fixing little things, you know. But rather than go out to the shed and try to find what we needed, he'd just go buy more, you know.
Yeah.
And I'm like, Granddad, you got all this stuff. What do you need to
Yeah.
go to the store and buy a bunch of screws when you got them out there in the shed, you know? Oh,
Yeah,
it's
but if
just
you-
easier.
Yeah, well, not only that, but if he uses what he saved, he wouldn't
Yeah.
have it when he needed it.
Yep.
You know,
Exactly. What's the sense
I
in
mean,
what's the sense in saving it, you know?
well, in a certain sense, it does make sense because you know this, Philip. There's a lot of old things that we
Uh-huh.
saved and said, hey,
Yeah.
well, I'll just keep
Yep.
this. And then, yeah, you don't want to spend the time because it's only a $2 or $3 part, you know. It's like, I'll just run to the
Right.
store and I'll get another one. And you do that for
Yep.
like 20 years. And then all of a sudden you run to the store and it's like, no, they don't make that part anymore. They don't make this.
Yeah.
You can't get it. And you go, hey,
I lost you.
I got it covered. Now, it might take me 2 days to find it, but I have it out in my box, out in my bucket, out in my toolbox, out in the shed,
Right.
you know? And that's, I'm
I
actually, Philip,
my neighbor
I'm
down the
I'm
street.
getting to that age where that is becoming true, where a lot of
Yeah.
the old stuff from 20, 30 years ago
Yeah.
that I just
They can't even
happened
find it anymore.
yeah, you can't find it anymore. And I'm kind of like, oh my God, I
Well-
find myself digging through my old parts bucket going, I know I have it. I know I have 6 of them.
Yeah.
All I need to do is find one.
But that's like with me down here. I couldn't believe that you can't find water valve packing material.
Oh my God.
You know?
Yeah.
That little packing tape.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
And I finally came across some once upon a time. I think it was during one of the hardware stores around here was closing up. And I found it in there, so I bought it, even though I didn't need it at the time. I thought I'd buy that packing compound just in case I need it. And I
Yep.
never have. So, but it's on a peg out there in my tool room, and I'm deliberately leaving it behind because for the new owner, because if he ever needs packing compound, because that's why I got it, you know, because I got some of the old valves that need to be repacked every now and then,
Oh yeah.
you know. So I figure I'll leave it behind because knowing that if that guy ever needs any of that stuff, he'll never find it.
Yep.
So I'm leaving it behind for him, you know.
I got you, man. I
But
got you.
that being said, that kind of reminds me of my neighbor down the street, Mike. He moved down here to Florida from Maryland. He was up there in Maryland, right? And when he moved down here, he had so much stuff to move that he actually bought these shipping containers and had them flatbedded all the way down here to Florida. When he showed up here, he had like a half a dozen different shipping containers, all containing all kinds of stuff. And once he got all the stuff sorted out and sold off some of the shipping containers, he still had 2 shipping containers that was just full of that kind of shop stuff, nuts and bolts and pieces and parts, right?
Oh, I got you.
And And one day we was over there, and he was helping a buddy restore a tractor inside his shop. And they was on the topic of wanting to add an oil cooler to this old Ford tractor. And I told him, I said, well, hell, I got a couple of them over here. They're old used ones, you know, but they would work. And they're like, okay, well, let's see what you got. So I brought them over, and the guy picked one. He said, yeah, I'll take this one, you know.
Yep,
And
yep.
I'm like, okay, well, let's make it work. And we started looking at it and figuring out how we're going to route it, you know, and plumb it. And here's the point, that when we knew what kind of fittings that we needed, we just turned to Mike. We said, Mike, let's go get in one of them shipping containers and start looking in that container for the fittings that we need, because this is why you saved all this shit all these years, is to use it, you know. And sure enough, we was able to completely install a oil cooler on this tractor free of charge for the guy, you know.
Oh yeah,
Because his
You know,
buddy's not going to charge him for the fittings. I didn't charge him for the oil cooler. You know, it was just junk laying around to me. But between that and some hose and some fittings, bam, we had an oil cooler rigged up for a tractor, you know.
Well, like when we were talking last weekend and or last week sometime, and I told you I was just going to bypass the radiator and just use the cooler for the transmission, you know, an external cooler.
Right.
Well, the truck already came with one. I did not know it at the time. But irregardless, I got a new one. Unfortunately, I was going to have to do the same thing. Now, I know somewhere in the shed, I have the damn fittings and everything where I can extend the lines from the transmission to the cooler, because I got to extend it by about a foot for the actually for the pressure line, for the feed line. And I have the fittings for that. That's what I was planning on doing today until, like I said, a friend of mine gave me the money to get just a brand new radiator for the truck, which is $300.
Yeah, I seen you put up something earlier about getting a new radiator.
Yep. And
did you?
So that's what I'm going to do tomorrow. I have to order it. I already checked basically through Napa because I actually trust the old guy. I know him personally, and we went through this on Wednesday, and we found the right one for my truck that I need. And he said if I had ordered it then, he could have it here Tuesday. I didn't have the $300 on me right then and there, but now I do. So I'll call him Monday. He knows what to get, and it should be here by Thursday or Friday, and I'll pick it up. And I'll be honest with you, Philip, is as much of a pain in the ass it's going to be to pull the radiator and everything out and put a new one in. It's a lot easier than trying to jury rig, go through the shed, find the fittings, bypass the radiator for the winter, and then figure out, you know, I have to do the whole thing again, pull the radiator out and put a new one in.
Yeah, just to do it all over again. Yeah.
Yeah. So I figure I'll just do it once. And with that being said, too, it'll make me sleep better at night, because then I don't have to worry about, you know, when the warm weather gets here, or if I put the camper on the truck, is it going to overheat the transmission? You know, again, you know, I'm still learning with the transmissions. They're not my specialty. And I know this is not a hot rod, but it's still a truck that I put a lot of weight on, and I ask it to do a lot of low RPM,
a lot of work,
tugging, pulling, and everything. And just common sense tells you, when you don't have the airflow because you don't have the speed, that builds up a lot of heat. And
you said you had that 360 engine in that, right?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I don't know, because I don't know that much about Chryslers. Is the 440 known for its big torque?
Oh
'Cause
my
I know
God!
all the
Yes.
GM stuff.
Yeah.
GM, it was Olds, Cadillac, and Buick. They were torque monsters. In fact, the Buicks, they wouldn't even advertise what the horsepower was on a Buick. They advertised torque.
Well, see
If you got a Buick 420, if you got a Buick that said 425 on it, that wasn't a cubic inch displacement or horsepower. That was the foot-pounds of torque that it produced.
Yeah, see, that's
You know?
that's the thing with Mopar that I've been learning too. Because again, I was a big Ford man until about 6 years ago when I had to learn about the fucking Mopars.
Yeah.
The big block, the 440, they are basically torque monsters. A lot of them were low compression engines, so very low horsepower, but big on torque. It was kind of the same with the 340. The 340, which is a small block, LA, was a very underrated engine, because a lot of their advertised horsepower was a little bit was around 240 to 275 horsepower. Okay, is what they were advertised, depending on which one you had, the 4-barrel or the high performance 6-pack. In reality, the damn things were putting over 300 horsepower. But here's the big thing. They were friggin' torque monsters too, because when it was always anywhere from 50 to 75 more pound-feet per torque than it was horsepower. So if it was putting out, if it was rated at 270, 275 horsepower, the damn thing was putting out almost 350 pound-feet of torque.
Yeah.
That was for the 340.
You know,
it was
when
the
you
same
think
thing
about
with
it, though,
big block 440 as well. It was always, they were torque monsters and not so much horsepower. And that's because a lot of these Dodge engines, even the small blocks, had a longer stroke than a comparably sized Ford or Chevy. So you had the leverage. You know what I'm saying?
Leverage over the crankshaft. Yep.
Right.
Exactly. You know, when you really think about it, though, because I'm sitting there thinking about that, where you saw a lot of those 440 engines. Now, granted, they put them in a lot of small cars for performance, but a lot of those engines ended up in the big, huge Imperials and the Newports,
and
all the big, huge cars that weighed 5,000 pounds. You know.
Yeah. Not to mention the motorhomes.
Yeah, and motorhomes. Yeah.
Yep.
But GM did that too. GM had both a 427 and a 455 truck engine.
Yep.
You know, the 427 truck engine wasn't anything like the 427 high performance engine.
Right.
But it was just that. It was low RPM and high torque. You know.
It was funny.
In fact,
when I was in automotive school back in the 80s, all right, of course, a lot of my instructors were hot rodders and mechanics from the 60s and early 70s before they got too old to actually do the work. You know how it is. Your body gives up before your brain does. And so they became teachers. But I remember a lot of stories, and one of my instructors, big Ford man, always big Ford. The other one was big Chevy. And they used to tell stories about the difference between the Ford 427, okay, and the several versions, the side oiler, the wedge, and all this, and the Chevy.
Yeah, I know of at least 3 different types. Ford 427s.
Yeah,
I know there's at least 3 different types of 429s too.
Yeah,
probably.
And actually, the 427 is 4 types because just like the Dodge Hemi, you have that one oddball that was just made just enough to try to get into NASCAR. All right.
Yeah.
And that was the 427 Ford double overhead cam. Just like the, the unicorn. Hi, buddy. Oh, I'm sorry. My grandson just showed up. But without those exceptions, so
What's up, buddy?
they had so many stories about the Ford 427 side oiler, wedge, and the three basic ones that we know about. The overhead cam too, not the double overhead cam, but the overhead cam.
Yeah.
Ford 427 against the Chevy or GM 427, especially the ones they put in the Corvettes. 71, 72 Corvettes.
That's one
right
of the.
before
that's-
right before the emissions put a squash on everything. And they used to tell stories. Well, yeah, you'd have an old 66 Galaxy 500 7-liter or whatever, which was basically the 427, and you'd have a brand new Corvette with a 427 in it, and they'd run down the road, and next thing you know, that Chevy 427 would blow apart. And the thing was, they were over revving. Those Chevys is what they were telling me. The Ford 427 was supposed to redline around 6,500 RPM. Okay. But they said in reality, that thing could go up to about $8,000. Not every time and not for too extended of an amount of time. But once you got past 7,200 on that Chevy 427, it said it had a bad tendency to for the valves to get confused and it to eat itself up.
Yeah.
Now, how much of that is true? I don't know because I never got into the big block.
I do know this. Here's the reason why I just couldn't get into Fords, because it seemed like they made a different damn engine for every car they ever made.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Ford's got, I mean, like getting back to both the 427, 428, and 429, yep. I know that they made at least 3 different versions of each engine. So there's 9 different engines right there. Now you got to go with then you talk about the 351 Windsor and the 351 Cleveland. And the same with the 302 Windsor and the 302 Cleveland,
Yeah.
And then they come out with a 4.0. Then they started screwing around with V6s and inline 4s. And then all their really big, the only thing that I can say good about the 460 is at least they only made one 460. They didn't make 3 of them,
Right.
But people will probably argue with you on that because they probably went through a redesign throughout the 70s or something. I don't know.
Yep. Even with the 351s, you actually had 3 of them. You had the Cleveland, you had the Windsor, and then you had the modified.
Yeah. I remember hearing about that. Didn't it get a designation on it with a letter M on it to tell you it was modified or something like that?
351M. I'm kind of going old school. It really did not stand for modified. And look, I'll tell you what, it's one of the things, this is probably why I like Mopar, because let's think about it. I have a 360. Now, the difference between the Ford and the Dodge is the 360 Mopar Dodge is a small block. The 360 Ford was considered, it's considered a big block, but it's Beer Rose could tell you it's a oh shit. I'm having a brain fart. Oh shit. Anyway, all right, for the purpose of my discussion here, the Ford 360 was considered a big block. But then you have the Dodge. You have the Dodge 360. All right. It's a small block. And you have 3 of them.
Yeah.
Okay. You have the LA flat tapping. You have the LA roller cam factory. Then you have the Magnum. All right.
Yeah.
And like I said, when I was building my factory roller cam LA engine, they were the 360, the 5.9 liter 360 was only made, I think, for 3 years. Yeah, 90, 91, 92. So, and those are production years. So when they were actually manufactured, it was 89, 90, and 91. But as far as production years, they're 90, 91, 92. And Philip, when I was building this engine, I didn't know a whole lot about the Dodge. I didn't know a whole lot about the difference between their flat tappets and the Magnums. And I went through and I'm trying to figure this out because I'm trying to build this engine, not stock, but modify it a little bit.
Yeah.
And I found out everyone knew the heads were different, the intake was different, the bolt patterns, and they were balanced because they're externally balanced engines. They were different. And then they said every YouTube thing I looked up was like, and there are other minor differences. Well, I found out, Philip, that some of those minor differences, if you don't know about them and you use the wrong part, i.e., if you use a oil pump from an LA flat tappet or you use a oil pump from a Magnum on a factory roller cam engine, it'll starve it for oil because it has its own oil pump. The part number is totally different. The crankshaft on an LA roller cam engine is totally different from a flat tappet LA and from a Magnum. There are certain things. And the problem is they all fit. They all have the same clearances. You can put them in there. But if you don't match them with the other parts that go with them, you'll ruin that engine within 100 miles, if not within 15 minutes of fucking starting it up.
Yeah, exactly. Well, any engine that you rebuild, you got that break-in time, and that's where you want to watch it, oil pressure.
Oh, yeah.
And here's another thing. I mean, guys think that low oil pressure is a bad problem, or it could be a sign of a problem, but so can high oil pressure, because you got a regular pressure pump that's supposed to put out, say, 60 psi, and it's putting out 80 and 90 psi. Well, that tells you there's an oil restriction somewhere.
Yep.
You know?
Yep.
It's causing a backup problem.
Yeah.
So you need to find out why that is. Sometimes, you know, the high pressure, high volume pump is not your answer. If the engine was never designed for that, you're not doing it any services.
Well, and here is the funny thing. All right. This roller cam engine from Dodge, from the factory, you know, the LAs, they oil because they have, like the old Fords, they have a shaft rocker set up on the heads instead of a stud or a pedestal. Right. And they do not oil the LA engines, the old LA flat tappet engines do not oil the top end through the lifters and through the push rods. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
The Magnums, they're set up like a Chevy. Okay. And they have oil through lifters and oil through hollow push rods. And that's how they oil the top. These friggin' roller cam engines, this is why they have a different oil pump. They oil both ways because they use the and everyone says it's the Magnum lifters. All right, no, they're not, because they were designed to be a roller lifter, but they were designed off the old what the hell, AMC lifter, oil through lifter.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and they have hollow push rods, and so they oil through both the lifter and through the block and up through the head, just like in LA. They oil both ways. That's why the damn oil pump is different. And the other thing nobody talks about is the intermediate shaft for the oil pump and the distributor, because it has it, and they don't use the bronze gear on it. They use that other hardened, whatever it
Hardened
is.
steel, yeah.
Right.
It's steel.
So because the oil pump they use is a high volume, low pressure oil pump, which is different than the LA, and it's different than the Magnum. All right. And with an LA roller cam engine, you can use the intermediate shaft from a Magnum. Okay. But you cannot use the intermediate shaft from an LA, just like you can't use the intermediate shaft from an LA on a Magnum. Oh, sorry, my bad. Yes, you can. You can use the intermediate shaft from an LA on a Magnum, because it does. Neither one of those engines from the factory have a high volume, low pressure pump. It's just this specific roller cam engine. You need that hardened gear, which also you need the camshaft. They have to match.
Yeah.
You know, it's one of those weird ass things. I'm sorry, Philip. I don't mean to be going off on this, but these are stupid little things that when I was building this engine, I kept looking it up, and they're saying minor differences. Minor. Yeah, they're minor, which they are. It's a minor difference.
Minor differences that make a major problem.
Exactly. You know, last thing you want to do is tear up your intermediate shaft because there's too much pressure to turn that fucking oil pump. The other thing is too, you can put a Magnum camshaft in an LA roller cam engine. All right, because they're both roller cams. All right, no problem. It'll fit. It'll spin. Here's the problem. The Magnum roller camshaft does not have the oil passage drilled through the camshaft to allow oil to go to lubricate your valve train on an LA. They will fit. They will work fine for the first 100, 200 miles. Other than that, you're gonna wipe out your whole fucking valve train up top.
Yeah,
because it won't get oil. Another minor difference.
Yeah.
And because the Magnums, I'm sorry, sir. Go ahead.
I was just going to say I'm going to have to get off here. It's starting to get dark, and I got to go get my kitties in. But
all right, buddy. And
I'm
again,
going to jump off of here now, and hopefully we'll be able to talk again before I move. So, but yeah, I got to be out of here. I got to be out of here Tuesday night. So, and I still got a lot of stuff I'm going to try to hang on to. So, I've got a busy day tomorrow and a busy day the next day, you know? And then the next day is going to be busy. So, well, but with that being said, I'm going to get off here and let you talk with somebody else. Okay.
All right, buddy. Good luck to you, man. And you know what? Keep in touch. Even if you have to, you know, send a little message or whatever, keep in touch with me, sir.
Right. Yep.
All right.
Well, whenever I get a signal or whenever I get internet back, you know.
Yeah, I got you.
So, like I said, I'm going to be going dark here for a little while. So. All right.
I get it. All right,
right.
buddy. Well, you take care.
Later.
Take
All
care.
right, man. All right, Sean. I'm
Yes.
sorry. I know I didn't want to bother you because
No, you-
Sean's actually working on his computer. Believe it or not, he's
I'm done.
67 years old, and he's still going to school right now.
Not quite that old, but that's okay.
Oh, you're not?
No.
You look it.
Oh, thanks.
No, I love you, man.
I'm looking old.
But yeah,
That
no.
makes you look young.
Yeah, that's it. That's the biggest thing. But see,
You're what?
I'm just stupid.
You're just 29.
I'm just stupid.
Oh, wait a minute. That's my market.
Yeah. But no, I'm sorry. Sean is actually going to school. He's doing some schoolwork on his laptop, but he wanted to hang out. Like, I haven't seen this man personally in 8 years, and I do miss his company. I do miss talking to him. We're both in the service at the same.
I'm a good person to blame when things
Yeah.
go wrong while I'm around, so it makes it easy on him.
He was a recruiter. All right. After I already
It's
did
not the only job, okay?
No. After I already did my time in the service, got called back in for Desert Storm. All right. 15 years later, this guy goes, "Hey, you know, we have this little shit going on, 9/11, that maybe you'd be interested in doing something about." And I was like, yeah, I would. And so he tried to get me in, but you know what? They said I was too fat and out of shape.
That would be the too nice of a thing. He didn't really do anything wrong. Just long story short, him and the doc didn't jive, and that's about where it ended.
Yeah, that was the biggest thing. The doctor said, yeah, actually, literally,
He
the
said,
doctor that had the final thing say whether, yeah, we're going to take him or not. He said, all right, you've already been through all this shit. Why do you want to go back in? I said, well, doc, I'm having a midlife crisis. Instead of buying a fucking Corvette, I just want to go overseas and kill people. Hey,
he said
back in my day,
he said go buy a Corvette.
yeah, back in my day, the doctor would have said, yeah, you're just what we want. This was the beginning of the DEI shit. Okay. We don't want people on the front line that actually want to take the lives of the enemy combatants. We want them to go over there, shake hands with them, give them a big fucking hug, and tell them there's nothing to worry about because us Americans are nice.
What the doc didn't realize is, or didn't care, is he was going reserves.
Yeah.
He wasn't going to do combat, and he was being sarcastic, which would be fitting for him. And unfortunately, Doc mistook it for something else, or just wasn't in the mood. Whatever happened, we had a big debate with medical about it. He should have been in, and then once we got it cleared up, at that point he was like, I don't want to do it anymore, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. Actually, it was more so Mama said, okay, you had your fun, you're not going to do it.
Yeah, the wife was like, yeah, I don't want you doing this shit anyway. So,
but ultimately, stuff happens.
Yeah.
And I only did it because we talked about it, and suddenly he was like, oh, I can go back in. So I was like, well, yeah, you can go back in.
Yeah, as much as I'm picking on Sean here, no, he was good. He wouldn't make anyone do anything. Matter of fact, this motherfucker here talked a shitload of people out of joining the military because he kind of looked at him and said, well, one, we don't want you. To be honest with you, you are not a good fit. And two, you're not going to be happy in here. And
in all fairness, those people, if it was somebody, either I wasn't going to put you in because you definitely had something that was going to prevent you. One, two, I had a problem putting you in the foxhole, so to speak, with the person next to you, because that's what I'm honestly doing.
Yep.
Thirdly, maybe you have a better life plan, and I can see an issue that would happen with your family or whatever's going on with you. And fourthly, if I just personally didn't, whatever, I would be kind enough to at least hand you over to another recruiter. I just didn't want my name to it. And that was just, if I had a bias to it, then I just didn't want my bias to get in the way.
Yeah. Well, look, this man here has I have a lot of respect for him because,
oh my God, why?
dude, look, all right, he ain't even told you about his experience. Again, medic, special forces.
Well, special operations, not special forces.
Well, same thing. Look,
No.
really, look.
I'm more the guy that supported.
Same here. You know, I people make the same mistake. I served with the Rangers. I was not a Ranger.
I packed your parachute and you got to jump. There you go. And I jumped.
Yeah, well, he jumped. I got my ass kicked out of a C-130, size 13 fucking boot. Because as soon as that green light went on, Jump Master said, go, go, go. I said, no. And to this day, I still have a imprint of a size 13 boot on my ass.
I think it's a tattoo, but it's not real.
No,
It's just
it's
his
not.
footprint.
Yeah. I went out and I was pinwheeling. Oh my.
I was smart enough to run faster than the foot.
I didn't want to go. I was like, fuck no.
But then after he jumped, then he's like, oh, this is all it is. Who cares? No.
No, bullshit. Bullshit. You know, I had over 30 fucking holes in my canopy when I hit the ground.
Is that all?
Yeah.
Then none in you. That was a good thing.
Yeah.
There you go.
No, I didn't get any in me till later.
Oh, well, that was different.
Yeah, that kind of
But-
sucked.
But you weren't with the parachute. See, that's why.
Yeah.
They had a different target.
Oh, God. And of course, hit the ground. I'm the new guy. Nobody knows me. Oh, by the way, what's your MOS? 19 Delta. Oh, you're a fucking scout. Guess who gets to walk point? I'm like, oh, really?
No, I drive tanks and troop
Yeah.
carriers.
And where the fuck are we? Oh, we're 7 clicks away from the fucking drop zone we were supposed to be at.
Okay, now that's just part of the fun.
Yeah. Oh, God, what a fucking cluster that was.
Okay, so when you go to airborne school, you're supposed to jump 5 times.
Yeah.
Okay. In order to get your wings. So I'm on jump number 4. And they swing open the doors and suddenly they're like, okay, winds are 3 to, well, if I could do it with my fingers, there you go. 3 to 5, as in the winds are 3 to 5 knots. The miss here is a 35 knot wind.
Yeah.
So
It's kind of like between going like this and going like, oh, fuck me. What the?
So as we're going out, the Air Force safety guy is going. So we're going out, and as I go out, I go, that doesn't look too good. And I have combat equipment on. And instead of being like tailing away from the plane,
Mm-hmm.
I'm flying flat with the plane. So, mind you, I enjoy this story. It was fun anyways for me. So I'm coming out going flat with the plane. And the first thing that comes to your mind, because you're still connected to the static line that's about to
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
pop and disconnect you from the plane and open your chute, is this is going to
I fucking know that feeling. Yes.
because everything's going to ratchet up around your crotch.
Oh,
So you're sitting there going,
okay.
so
Keep that going because you made me laugh hard enough. I got to take a piss.
So that part happens. And as you're going down, at that point, you're going to look up at your chute. You're going to make sure everything's deployed. Everything's fine with your chute. You're going to look to the left, look to the right, make sure you're not about to bang into anybody or anything else, and gain canopy control, whether you have toggles or whether you're actually grabbing risers. At least that's the way the parachute was then. So I get everything squared away. And usually during airborne school, you're going to hear somebody on a loudspeaker from the ground, and you're going to look at the smoke trail to know which way the wind's blowing. And they're going to go, look at canopy and gain canopy control. Look to your left, look to your right, and whatever else they're yelling at you as far as commands. The only command I hear from the ground is, hang on, hold on. And I'm watching the wind go in every direction because there's so many crosswinds going, this sucks. Plus, because I got whipped out of the plane, and this happened to a bunch of us, your static lines wound up all the way to my neck. And I'm like, and you do what we call bicycle. You start swinging your arms and start pulling across your lines so that they come apart. So just as I finished getting that part apart, then a crosswind comes in, and me and another guy collide 4 different times, and we take action so that we don't get stuck together. Then I get to the ground, and as I'm getting to the ground, you have 2 connections in order to pop your chute and deflate it, hopefully. I deflate my chute as I hit the ground. My end wraps around my other one and keeps it inflated and drags me about 150 feet on my fucking hand. So I'm trying to pop this off.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Finally pop it off. I get up, and a young E3 from the Marine Corps is off to my left. And I look at him, and he looks a little sort of, I'm like, you okay? And I call his name, and I hear in his hand. I go, oh, hold on, I'll be right there. So I'm running over, and I'm knocking down his chute and everything, and wrapping it up. Our whole group, only one person got injured. Nobody else jumped for that day. Because the winds didn't die down. But one guy got hurt, and he didn't get hurt from the landing. What happened was, just like with my chute, when he popped it, and he's starting to sit up, it popped and wrapped around his arm and reflated his chute, so it dislocated his shoulder.
Jesus.
Yeah. We had that one guy, I can't remember his name offhand, but he landed over inside the trees, like in this small little opening. Mm-hmm. And he's like, I don't know about you guys, but I landed, peacefully. And we're like, shut up. No. But we all get on the bus, and we're like, send us back up. Because at this point, the instructors are like, you just did a combat jump. Yeah. Because it didn't matter what the wind was, and you accomplished the mission. So we go sit in a chapel, because they had a chapel at the point, while everybody else has to keep their equipment on. And when the plane came back down to land, they had to stay in equipment, and they're all hunched like this, and they're sitting on benches and stuff. We're laying out, hanging out, and getting drinks from the instructors. They're like, great job, guys. You want to go back up? Yeah, send it back up. We don't care, just because you're at the end of the week, and you don't want to stay any longer to get that last jump. So all that happens, and we go back up. Everybody else has to do a turn and burn, which means they kick you out of the plane, they land the plane, they load everybody back up, and go back up and kick them back out. We just had to jump out once. And when we jumped out, that one guy who was like, I don't know about you guys. He had a rough landing. And all we could do was laugh at him. He was like, that sucked, man. And we're like,
karma's a bitch. Yeah.
Let me blurb that. So, love him to death, but it's just like, man, you're setting yourself up for failure. And then this one lieutenant female was probably 5 foot. Yeah, she was 5 foot. Was coming down, and we have a thing that's called steals your air. And that means if somebody comes under you with the chute, any air coming up, they've just lost. Yep. And so a guy swerved up under her, and she was probably about 100 feet from the ground, maybe 100 feet. So 150, I'll give it 150. Anyways, she hit the chute, slid off the chute, which is what you're supposed to do anyways. Her chute reinflated at the last minute, and she hit the ground. And then the medics come driving past us, because everybody else has come back with their chutes and stuff. And we're like, where the hell's this lieutenant? Medics come back. We go, oh, she's still sitting out there with her on her knees, just kind of shaking her head, looking at the ground. So it was a fun time. And then they weren't supposed to give us blood wings at the time, but we had a cool instructor who came by us. And he's like, because we had the commander out there, one of the commanders out there, for one of the colonels. So he couldn't go boom, if he wanted to. But he's like, when I come by, if I say you want a Bloodwing, you tell me. Roger. So he come by, he goes, want a Bloodwing? Roger. So what that means is, since he couldn't punch you, he was boom, and then pop it out so that the next person could come by and do something.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Nope.
I wasn't given the option. It was like,
Oh, wait a minute.
you live. Boom.
Okay.
Hey.
Okay. But here's the other part of that, as far as when we talk about karma. Then later on, I go to Germany for 3 weeks with my reserve unit, because it was with the reserve unit. But trust me, people came to our unit over the active duty for packing chutes and jumping and everything, because it's just the way we were also the ones that our group, a good group of us, were actually previous active duty. So we have a mindset that helps teach everybody else that's coming in. So we go and we jump in Memmingen. Memmingen at that point had been handed over to the German Special Forces. So we're jumping with the German Special Forces, French.
Remember again, not everyone here is in
It's
the
Germany.
military.
There you go.
Okay.
If I didn't say it, sorry. It's German Special Forces. We jumped with French Foreign Legion. We jumped with American SF and a few other people. Matter of fact, there was one guy with the French Foreign Legion who hadn't retired his thing, 76, and jumped. It's fun. Funny.
It'd be like me trying to do it now.
But he
Fuck
jumped.
that
He
shit.
jumped twice. He made it. I got it. But so the karma part of that, coming back as far as getting Bloodwings, trust me, I got Bloodwings. We did a turn and burn in a DU-27, which is basically a crop duster. So the pilot faces, the jump master is sitting right beside him, off to the pilot's right, facing you. There's a hook on the bottom floor where everybody hooks their static line, which helps deploy your chute. You have one person who's sitting on the floor behind the pilot, and you have two people on a bench. Instead of jumping out a door, you have to swing your legs up over the door and go out. And we're going over a 6-second drop zone because they're using people's plowed fields, basically, in Germany. So the first one is, I am which one? I'm the guy on the floor. So the first one, I'm like getting the heck out of the way of the static line as it whips around. All of us has to move our feet as the first person jumps. So the two people to the left have to get their feet the hell out of the way. And somebody pulls me up on the bench. Then they go out, and then I go out. So the first one, we got it over. Then we do the roundabout or turn and burn. I am number 2. So that means I have to pull the guy off the floor, get my feet the hell out of the way of the static line, and slide myself and get myself in the door. So this is like a supersonic. If there was ever a moment that you look like a superhero moment on Marvel or something, if you do it right, it looks cool. And I got told I looked cool. So I guess I had a cool moment in life amongst all the rotten times in life. So I get in the door and go out after my buddy. And when I go out the door, I see my buddy, and my buddy is like screaming and shouting. And the other thing was that I had known that we'd already passed the drop zone. And the German jump master, who you can smell the alcohol on, is looking at me. And I'm like, do you want me to jump? And he's like, So, and yes, he sounded like Tim Allen. And I'm like, I'm sitting there going, okay. I jump out the door, and when I jump out the door, actually, this is the first one. When I jump out the door, because I'm number 3, I jump out the door. I'm chasing behind my buddy, and all I can hear is, because there's a wind that's grabbing us and dragging us. I am 4 drop zones, estimated 4 drop zones above trees to get to the drop zone.
Oh,
So
shit.
I'm hooking down to get that wind, to get myself the hell out of those trees.
Yeah.
Which, just as I get to the edge, I'm literally doing this with my feet across the top to go, nope, not going to get the trees. No, not going to get the trees.
No, all right. when you jump, what did you have for canopy?
We had that one was the MC one Charlie.
Okay.
They're like on what are they? They're now on TD one. I don't want to lie. It's a T shoot. But anyways,
we don't have to get into nomenclature, but like a description, because a lot of people are used to the World War II round fucking canopy, and you just kind of hang there, and you kind of like, can I make a suggestion? And your canopy is like, fuck, no, you can't.
He's talking about a T10. So when we did
Or-
a T10,
Or they're talking about, almost a parasails, where it's kind of like, oh shit.
well, the MC1 is round, but it has little flaps on the back, so you got toggles, but it doesn't steer fully like the foil one you see with the Golden Knights or something.
Right.
That's a whole nother ball game. But to describe the T10 that he and I have jumped, because you jumped the T10 in airborne, or used to, it's what we call a Volkswagen without a steering wheel.
Yeah.
There you go. You pull the risers to change the air flow.
Yeah.
And hope that you're going the right
Yeah. It's a big fucking suggestion. And in the meantime, if you literally you're sitting there and going, can I try and move? I want to go that way. And
before we had the
you
T10,
look like you're hugging yourself. You look like a fucking octopus with a set of bagpipes trying to get where the fuck you want to go. Yeah, no,
But before we jumped the T10, like the chute before that, they had one they called the Dial of Death. So you had to hit it, and as you slap it, you turn it, and it lets go of both lines. Whereas we had two individual ones you could pop.
Yeah, I don't even know about the first one. They never showed me that. With that being said, though.
Oh, they told you get up quick enough, run around, catch the chute.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's what they would do for Dial of Death. And actually, you find people with the T10 that didn't want to pop their chute. They would try and do that. The problem you run into is because crosswinds or whatever kick up. Like he and I could jump out, and they'd say, "Hey, winds are 5." All right. And you get to the ground, and suddenly winds kick up, and it's 18, 20.
Yeah.
And you're going, what? Fuck?
Yeah. With that being said, I weighed 150 pounds at the time. Right? I have a canopy that's set up for 250 pounds. Okay, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And it's kind of like, even with the Alice pack, it's kind of like, you know what? You're a fucking lightweight. And so God sits there and goes, yeah, you're right. He's a lightweight. And it's kind of like, oh, son of a bitch.
He gets carried with the wind.
Yep.
This happens to the degree that there was one time I jumped out with the beginning of the stick, and I was literally last to the ground because everybody else was like lawn darts because they were heavier than me on the stick by at least 50 pounds.
Yep.
Each person. That's with combat equipment.
Oh, yeah.
So that tells you if you're the right type of wind person or lawn dart, you're not going to be landing where you drop.
No. No, like I said,
Or if you do, it's going to be a long drop.
Did you do any night drops?
Yeah, but they were more like late evening, so the sun wasn't all the way down. I was supposed to do 2 different night ones, and both times they moved up the drop time.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was one other one that was a night one, but they said, "Oh, you're current. We need people who aren't current." So I didn't do the middle of the night one. It was like at midnight.
Question for you. You remember back in the day?
Uh-huh.
All right, and we're talking 80s. That's my time. And I'm going to get a little bit more specific. Combat drop, literal combat drop.
Uh-huh.
At night.
Mm-hmm.
And the only people that had night vision back then, and these are ANPVS 4s. Okay, fucking what? 5 pounds, literally. 3 pounds, I think they were.
Yeah, now
to be honest with
a lot
you.
later.
3 pounds.
Yeah.
All right.
Which gets, trust me, You could put 1 pound on your head, and that shit feels heavy after
Oh,
an
yeah.
hour.
Well, yeah. Get your ass kicked out of a C-130
With that on.
with the wind and everything. Well, not only that, but we're dropping in the triple canopy. All right. So even with the AMPVS, actually, I'm sorry, I think they were AMPVS 5s. They might have been AMPVS 4s. You know,
It's fine.
we're talking almost 40 years ago now.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Irregardless, doesn't matter. I didn't have any. I was not a squad leader. I was not a platoon leader. I wasn't any. I was a fucking grunt.
It was a long dart being thrown in the dark.
All I saw was black on black on black. And the only thing was the only light we had at the time, to be honest with you, was the goddamn fireflies that were coming up from the ground. And you know what I'm talking about. Goddamn tracers. For every one you saw, depending on what was being fired at you, you had 3 to 10 that you didn't see. And I do remember coming down, man, and I felt every fucking hit on that goddamn canopy. And I'm looking, I'm like, it's getting darker, darker, dark. I should be able to hit the ground here. I got about maybe 10, 50. Wham! No.
Found it.
I was a little bit off.
I'm marking it up.
A little bit off.
All good. Roll a little dirt on it. It's good.
Oh, God, that hurt. That definitely took the breath out of me. And of course, yeah. I'm trying to get out of the rig.
Is this pumpkin?
Yes, it is. I'm trying to get out of the rig, and that's not happening. I'm like, son of a bitch. But as soon as I do too, we also had to grab it, fold it, carry it up, and stow it. Like, we don't need it no more. I'm doing that. And this goes to that earlier story I told you. Once I get all that shit, and I get my pack, which was underneath my ass, hanging down below me, figured out where the fuck that was, because the damn chute drugged me about 50 feet.
So you dropped the line and you were actually right there beside it.
Yeah. Anyway, found that. I'm like, all right, I'm good to go.
Just so you know, when you say drop line, it means you have like 2 little pieces or 1 little lever, depending on which system you have. And you pop it, it drops your bag away from you, your ruck, and your equipment and gear. But it keeps it tied to you so that you don't land on top of it or doesn't screw you up or whatever when you're landing. But you can pull it to you if you need to, or locate it if it's dark.
Supposedly.
But apparently he found it.
Anyway, I get all my shit and everything. I'm like, all right, cool. Good. Rally point. Let's get together. Okay. And we are fucking spread out. Again, we're 7 clicks from where we're supposed to be. Okay. So the field we're supposed to drop in wasn't there. All right. And we got guys, like you said, hanging, everything. And it's like, all right, son of a bitch. Okay, let me gather my thoughts. Let me get my shit together. And because of something stupid I thought was a good idea, 24 hours, actually not even. It was only about maybe 7 hours earlier. Because of something stupid I did. Here comes a platoon sergeant and my lieutenant. And I don't know, they are definitely professionals because they're actual Rangers. I'm a wannabe pretender.
He's a walk-on.
Yeah, I wasn't even a wannabe. I didn't want to be there. Hence the fact, go. No. Gone.
He was walk-on. He thought he was going to the bathroom and found out he walked onto the team.
Yeah, fuck me over. They show up. You know what they have for me, Sean? Remember that story I told you earlier? they show up with a piece of equipment that we were not issued, weren't supposed to have. I went and got it, and they gave it to me. It was called an M60. The fucking pig. I'm the smallest guy in the fucking unit, and they're like, here's a 60-pound fucking machine gun. Have a nice day. It's yours. Carry it. Oh, in the meantime, too, since you're a scout, you're walking fucking point. I'm like, no, you don't walk fucking point with the 60.
So 60 is,
Oh, mother.
although they don't do it anymore because now they're on saws, which is a whole other thing. Just Google it. Otherwise, we could be here all day. But the 60, if you ever watched the old Vietnam Wars or whatever, or maybe Rambo.
Yeah, it's a Rambo gun.
That's better. Now, just so you know, firing that weapon with blanks, yes, you could probably do that if you're Sylvester Stallone at that age. Firing it with live rounds got a little bit more kick.
Oh, Jesus, yeah.
Oh, here you go. How about this?
Yeah.
How about that? It's
Right
break
up
jobs
there.
on bombers. Well,
Yep.
Did he do it while it was rolling or while it was in the air? What? Because that's what I would have probably been doing is in the air.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, hey, it's working great now. Or going around and around. Yep. Take it.
Yeah, look, I'll tell you what. If they could do a break job in the air and they worked, that man deserves a Congressional Medal of Honor. Because
Yes, but in that case,
if you can stop,
does it become
pull
air
over
brakes?
on a quad, that'd be cool. But yeah, no, I know what you're saying. Because honestly, the first time I got out of the service before they called me back in, I went and I got my AMP license. I worked on aircraft. So, Tom, yeah, no, we're not picking on your story. We're not picking on your buddy and everything. That is a hard job, and that's a good job. And
There's no small jobs in the military, only small mines.
yeah, well, I mean, back in the day too, I'm assuming you're talking about
Politically correct.
20, 30 years ago as well. Military was a lot different. Not to put them down now, but of course, a lot of people too, my dad and my older brothers always said they had it harder in the military, and for certain aspects they did. But yeah, we might make, like we just did, make fun of your friend that was doing brake jobs on bombers. But no, high respect. If trust me, if he was here watching this, he would understand, and most likely he would be disappointed if we didn't pick on him. It's just
We say if
military
if you're
thing.
not being picked on, then that must mean either A, we don't like you, or B, we don't trust you.
Right.
Or both.
Yeah. That's very true.
Let's put it this way. It is hard to explain to people, especially if you're around the combat side.
Oh,
I
Jesus,
can definitely say this. If you're with combat people, they are going to say some of the nastiest, meanest, wrong politically, everything at each other.
Yep.
But have each other's back because they don't fully mean it. It's kind of like when you turn to somebody and say, I'm going to fucking kill you. And you don't really mean you're going to kill them. You just, whatever. It's more of an expressive way that they know that they care about each other.
And we've been through the same shit, and we respect each other for it.
Well,
And here's the thing
I
too.
didn't quite get through all this stuff. He did.
Well, with that being said, though, heaven forbid, but Sean and I could actually come to blows tonight, beat each other up.
And then go get a coffee or a beer.
Not only that, but let somebody walk through the door and try to hurt him. Oh, they'd be dead in a heartbeat. Sean, I would try to beat up. The boy that comes in, tries to hurt Sean, I would kill in a heartbeat. All right, and honestly, that's the way a lot of military people are. We will fight, argue, and hurt each other
Hopefully not too hard.
No, but you know what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it'll come to blows because it has happened. It's happened with me. You know, we'll get into a bout of fisticuffs, punch each other, and everything. Next day, though, somebody takes a shot at me. That motherfucker is dead.
Oh yeah. Yep. My brother, one of my brothers, was in the Navy. Whatever. I would, but I'm not gonna. But he was in the Navy, and
We won't pick on the squids too much either.
he bumped into 5 Marines who were drunk off their butt as
Oh,
he was trying to go
Jesus.
back on base.
Yep.
He said they decided to pick on him and get into a fight. He said he was doing great for the first 30 seconds of the fight, and then they whooped his ass.
Yeah.
But he said later on, like a day later or a week later, whatever it was, he was out somewhere and somebody tried to pick on him and the other Navy guys, and those same Marines were like, "Don't you mess with my guy."
Don't fuck with our bitches.
Yeah. He said it. I didn't say it.
No. I have served with the Marines.
However, they could cut up a little piece of cactus and say that's their bee as well.
Yeah. Well, no, seriously, I have served twice with the Marines. The first time, they saved my ass big time. The second time, they pissed me off to no end.
But that's part of the charm.
Yeah, well, no. The second time, I was very, very disappointed. That was during Desert Storm. I had a Marine for our security.
Oh.
Okay. We got probed.
Oh.
All right, taking pot shots. I had 3 fucking Marines. All right. I'm not supposed to have any weapons on me at all. Okay. Because I'm fueling. I'm doing hot fueling on the Hueys at the time.
That means that the aircraft's running and he's feeling it, so he split. It came in, it's hot, fill it, go.
Yep. And it was last flight of the day, and it's headed back. All right, now, you hear the zip, zing, ping, bang, zip, ding, ping, bang. All right, you hear the fucking bullet go by you. Then you hear the damn rifle fire. All right.
He was being a smart ass.
And
or not too smart. Actually, it's not right around fuel.
Well, again, they were doing a probe, checking our defenses. And I'm like, son of a bitch. And I'm looking, and up on a little rise on the hill, got 3 Marines there, and they're just watching. And at this time, I can actually see the muzzle flash. I'm like, son of a bitch. And disconnected. I'm like, get the fuck out of here. All right, to the pilot.
Yeah.
Because he's sitting there going, what the hell's going on? All right, takes off. I run up to the top of the hill. Okay, and I'm literally, I was so fucking pissed. I'm literally standing up. I got 3 Marines in the prone position. They're looking at this spur that's about 200 meters away. Okay, and there's 3.
He wants to say more.
Enemy combatants. Took me a second. Okay, taking fucking pot shots at us. Okay, I'm not supposed to be armed. I'm not supposed to have this.
Oh, that's like saying a medic doesn't have a weapon.
This is also not issued
and I
at
say
the
this
time.
as a prior medic. We're doing prior medic combat lifesaver stuff.
In the small of my back, I have an M1911, and I have 3 magazines. 1 in it, 7 rounds. No 8 round, no nothing. Okay. And I got I got so fucking pissed off.
I don't know. Did you take off their manhood?
I stood there and I'm firing. Okay.
Mhm.
You know, the 1911. I'm good for about 100 fucking yards, not
Right.
even meters.
Yeah, and they're probably
Okay.
300 meters.
So yeah, they were close to it, and so I'm walking in the bullets like this. I'm not even looking at the sight. I'm watching the sand
Yeah,
where
see
they're
how far
fucking
they're
hitting.
dropping. Yeah.
I got up to about this high, and literally, I might be about 10 yards away from them. All right. Next round, I'm raising. It starts coming back.
Oops.
All right, because I'm going too high. It starts coming back. They're still firing. I didn't notice because I was so fucking pissed. And then next thing I know, I see the three of them. They come out from behind the spur and they start hauling ass. They're out in the fucking open. Nobody's doing any protective firing, no cover or anything. They just got these fucking sand niggers that are fucking running like crazy. Okay? And I'm sitting there, they're in the open, and I'm looking at the Marines. I look down. I'm like, felt like the crocodile hunter. Shoot him! Shoot him! Shoot him! You know that old TV show? I'm
Yeah.
sitting down, I'm literally hollering, shoot him! Shoot him! Shoot him! And I look down. I got the three of them looking at me like I got three fucking heads. I'm like, what the fuck are you doing? Well, we weren't ordered. We don't have orders to return fire. I'm like, oh, you gotta be kidding me. Just a year and a half ago.
Just so you know, this happens in every branch, and this even happens in the rest of the world of the civilians.
Yeah.
So you can relate. It doesn't matter what you wear and what you do. You have those people that you just kind of go, you know, why were you born?
I mean, just a year and a half ago, being a scout at the time in Panama.
And I'm sure there have been times that they said the same thing about us. It's
Mhm.
fine.
You got 5 fucking idiots looking for the bad guys. We found them. Okay. And it's like our main weapon was a radio. Okay. And it's like,
Called fire.
what do you see? I see a shitload of fucking equipment and people. Okay. All right. Well, how many are there? Did you not hear me the first time? A fucking shitload. Okay. Can you give us more info? No. Why? Because they just fucking saw us. So we made a high-speed tactical
Retreat.
advance
Oh, advance.
to the rear.
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
it was a high-speed retreat.
Fuck yeah. And you know what? We ran through an Air Force fucking communications setup. All right. And then we ran into a platoon of Marines. And that's as far as we got. Because they were not going to fucking move. That platoon of fucking Marines, us 5 scouts, and about a little bit around another almost another platoon. It was a small platoon. It was only about 20 Air Force.
Mhm.
Stood our grounds because the fucking Marines wouldn't let us go any further anyway. And they said, nut up, we'll take care of this. Those are the fucking Marines, and they did. Oh my God, they did.
Were they recons?
Yes. They fucking stopped at least 2 platoons of PDF that were chasing our asses. Now, 5 guys against 40? No.
Oh, I call that, that they're about to have a bad day if I'm part of the 5.
Yeah. Dude, I'm 19 years old. No fucking way. No. Anyway, but those Marines impressed the fuck out of me. And literally, we stood shoulder to shoulder. We stopped the fuckers. Okay. And I think out of the 40 that came after us, I think there was enough pieces left that they counted it as 60 that were coming after. They tore their asses up. They turned them into shreds. So
I'm sure they used a few 50 cals and something.
yeah, with the 3 Marines that were standing there, supposed to be my security, I was very disappointed in them. I was so fucking pissed off.
Like I said, there are people that I have a saying that from when I worked in medicine that other people have had various things to say the same thing, but this is how I say it. And that is that as far as evolution, if you ever saw the movie, what is it, Mediocrity?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We're living it right now, Sean.
So I say that the reason that you have so many good people dying young is because we're working so hard to help what in natural selection would have normally taken out.
Yeah.
That we normally die from all that stress and everything, and they reproduce. So if you fit that category, if you don't, and if sometimes we feel like we fit that category, I got you.
I'll tell you what, after that happened, all right, I was so fucking pissed off. All right. I walked down the hill. Again, I'm not supposed to have a firearm on me. Again, at the time, I'm just a specialist. Okay. Specialists don't get issued sidearms.
But
in my field, yes, as a refueler, I'm not supposed to have any fucking metal on me.
Oh, well, they changed it now, or you can carry a weapon. I think
no,
they kind of learned.
I had an M16.
Yes.
Again, A1. Actually, I might have had
And
the A2.
I think you had A2.
But it was in the Humvee.
Right.
Okay. You didn't carry it while you're fueling. Right?
I get it. Spark and anything else.
Yeah. But I had the 1911. Didn't even have a holster. It was stuck in my belt behind me.
That was your holster.
Yeah.
Just
right,
don't fart too hard.
I walked down, and here comes the company commander. All right, because he saw the whole fucking thing. He looks at me, he goes, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Fuck yeah, I'm pissed." He goes, "No, I mean, do you have any holes in you?" I'm like, "Well, shit, I didn't check. Do you see any blood? Anything?" He goes, "No." He goes, "All right, so you're okay." I said, "Yeah, I'm fucking pissed." He goes, "All right, what happened?" I told him. I said,
The knuckleheads. There you go.
The enemy combatants were shooting at me. I said, I didn't volunteer for this. I got called back out. Okay. I didn't want to be here. I already did my shit. I said, you realize I've already been blown up and killed once. I got over it. I don't want that to happen again. All right.
So what he's actually saying is, I'll do it because you called me up.
Yeah.
But can you at least put people with common sense to guard me?
And I'm like, these motherfuckers didn't return fire because they weren't ordered to. He goes, okay. He said, I'll take care of that. He said, because even though we're Army, they're Marine.
Yeah.
He was in charge of them. They were under his command. He said, I'll take care of that. He goes, all right. He goes, I have another question for you. Yes, sir. What? He goes, do you have any rounds left? I'm walking down. I still have the 1911 in my hand. He goes, actually, he asked me, is that weapon loaded? I said, no, sir. I only had 3 magazines, 21 rounds. I said, they're gone. I have nothing. He goes, okay. He goes, do you mind if I see that weapon? I was like, here you go. And he cleared it. And he goes, all right, now next question. Where the fuck did you get this? I said, well, you know Colonel Roper? He goes, yeah. I said, well, I know him when he was a major back in Panama. I said, when we went to the armory, I said,
He said here.
there was a little bit of a discussion with the armor and everything. I said, because Colonel Roper likes the 1911 better than he does the M9. And since they really don't keep track of them anymore, he got himself one. And I got one. Okay. He said, okay, all right. He said, I'm gonna hang on to this for a little bit. He said, why don't you go have a seat in the shade next to the next to Hammett. That was it.
Yeah.
Fucking the 8-wheel
Yeah.
goddamn thing.
The new fuelers.
Yeah. He said, all right. I watch him. He walks up to the hill. Fucking Marines are still there. They haven't moved. All right. But you can see them talking to each other. He gets up to this is the other thing pissed me off. One of them stands up and he's getting ready to, and he's like, just stop. Brought him down off the ridge.
Yeah.
All right. And again, this is after I got my ass blown up. All right. So I still can't hear very well what he was saying, but I could hear the voice. Oh, he laid into him.
Yeah.
Big time. And I can hear him yelling and everything. And I can see the Marines. And they're really conflicted because they want to go to attention, but it's an officer in the field. They can't do it.
You can't call attention to the person's rank because
Yada.
as an officer, you become a target.
Yep. And they go on. It goes on and on. It goes on for about 5 minutes.
If the officer and if you're the radio man and there's a third one, I just can't think of offhand. Anybody who's in command, if they identify you, you're a target.
Yeah. But I do remember I see him, and he's Christ, he still has my 1911 in his hand too. He takes it and he's pointing at me. And he turns around and I can hear him yell. And I see their heads. They go down, then they look at me, and you can see their eyes go real fucking big. And then everything, and then you see him go, yes, sir, yes, sir, yes, sir. All right. And he starts walking back down. I'm sitting by the Hammett. All right. And I got my canteen out. Now I'm hungry now. Mm-hmm. Always happened to me. I'm eating part of my MRE. All right. And he comes down. I'm like, oh, fuck. So I put everything away. And I stand up. And he looks at me. He goes, all right. He goes, Campbell, are you doing okay? I said, yes, sir. So I feel better now. I said, I'm fucking hungry, but I'm doing better.
He's not just hungry. He's
hungry.
Yeah.
But
he's Snickers hungry.
And I look at him and I said, sir, what the hell did you say to them? I said, and why were you pointing at me? Because he also made a big show of giving me back
my weapon,
my 1911. To the point where he moved aside and he said, stand here. And I was like, okay, I'm expected to get fucking an Article 15 and all this other bullshit. He's like, here, take your weapon back. And I'm looking at him and he's yelling too. And I'm like, okay, yes, sir. And I couldn't holster it, but so I'm just, all right, got it. I said, sir, what the fuck's going on? You got to remember, we're also a reserve unit.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyway, I get a little bit more leeway than a regular fucking line unit at the time. But he looks at me and I said, what the hell did you tell me? He said, I went up there and I made sure that they understand they're under my command and they have a standing order. If we receive fire, they're allowed to return fire. And not only return fire to scare them, but to take out targets. He said, because I told them, if they didn't, I was going to give you back your weapon and turn you loose on them. I was like, sir, I don't have any fucking ammo left. He goes, yeah. They don't know this. And he said, I also told them there will be no paperwork except for a letter of condolence to their family. I was like, well, Jesus Christ, are you sure they ain't going to shoot me when I'm sleeping? He said, well, it makes you feeling better if they do. I will take them out. I'm like, yeah, that really makes me feel a whole lot better, but thank you.
There's a little karma in there.
Fuck.
Oh.
But yeah, some of the stupid shit, because that was at the time when they just started sensitivity training for sergeants.
Don't get me wrong. Sensitivity training is a good thing. The problem can be which way this pendulum swings, and depending what's going on in the command's mind and your mind, and where you work. Like if you're combat,
if you're a line unit, you know what your sensitivity training should be?
Get thick skin. I mean,
no,
and I don't mean that meanly. I mean that like there's a lot of stuff you have to go through that if you can't thicken up with each other a little bit. That doesn't mean go overboard and be stupid, which we've seen as well. It just means there has to be some common sense approach about certain things at certain levels and certain situations. Otherwise, you're not going to survive.
You keep that up. Tell the story you're going to tell. Because again.
Oh, no, I want to finish the story when you come back about what was happening at the jump.
Oh, yeah, please. I'm sorry, man. I didn't mean to.
No, you're good.
I got to take a piss.
Okay.
You want some coffee?
Yeah. You go pee. I get the coffee.
Well, somebody has to.
Oh, okay. I keep talking. I get you. So, anybody else have any magical questions about anything that we discussed already? And don't ask me to just repeat the entire conversation because I can't do it. But I can do a good tap dance just to try and make it happen. Okay, so I see no questions. All right, cool. Yeah, a lot of the stuff that goes on in the military nowadays, granted, I'm retired. So if there's anybody that comes on that has something else to say, or there's something I might be a little bit off fact-wise or whatever, by all means, correct me or ask me. Hey, Tom, cool. I'm glad you're still here. There's just a lot. There's a lot to it. It's hard to take a job. It's like being a police officer or a fireman or EMT, medical. I love you, dear. What? There's just things that go on that you have to have a coping mechanism with each other, and that means you have to develop a certain type of thick skin about certain stuff. That doesn't mean you do super stupid. That just means there has to be an understanding and a camaraderie that allows
sugar milk,
a little bit of milk, please. That allows you to deal with what goes on. Saying, matter of fact, I wrote it down a long time ago when I was in school, and it was kind of based on yes, please. It was kind of based on one of those Chinese proverbs, and that basically is, in order to be sane, you have to be slightly insane, because if you're completely sane, that's insanity in itself. There you go. So I try to live by that, maybe slightly off in order to be slightly good all the time. Now, we don't want to take that. No, I mixed. It mixed good. Thank you. Now, that's not like to say, okay, I got to be slightly drunk all the time so I can be sober. No. That's a whole nother ballgame. Don't use that as an excuse.
All right, I'm confused. I'm confused on that part.
I'll make it so you can sit down first. Oh. So, All right, so let's finish I'll finish the airborne thing while he gets himself situated. Now that he's back.
Yes.
So I jumped out of the DU-27. It was for the second jump, and my buddy's screaming. I'm trying to get my happy little butt across the trees so I can get to the drop zone. We get to the drop zone, and the wind is taking us down into a drainage ditch. And all I can hear is my buddy sitting there, Brian, going, blah, blah, blah. And they're like screaming up at us, steer away from the drainage ditch. And Brian's screaming, I can't help fucking hit the ditch. Because literally the wind has grabbed us and taken us straight towards the ditch. So he goes down into the ditch, and I see he's going down into it, and his legs hit right about here, and so he's like face first in the mud and the water and everything else, but his knee hit a rock or something. I see this, and I go oh hell no! So I grab my risers, pull them down like this, and dump my air. I'm probably about 10 feet off the ground, maybe 15. But there's also a field that hadn't been plowed of hay, fresh hay, so it's green. So I know it's going to be soft.
Comparatively speaking.
So much better.
Yeah.
So I get up. The Italian Special Forces were there as well as the Polish Special Forces. Italian guy comes over.
There's a joke there somewhere.
I'm sure there is.
Yep.
I'm part Italian, so hey, bada boom, bada bing. Anyways, so he comes over and he expresses to me, are you okay? I said, I'm fine. I'm going to my buddy. He's like, but let me get my chute. And he's like, oh, no. I get your chute. You check on your buddy. So I go check on my buddy. And I see them lifting him out. And he's like, I walked out here. I'm walking off of here. So he gets up. It's kind of limping a little bit. And I can see his pants are torn around his knee and stuff. And there's a little bit of blood. And then I'm like, Lord, because I'm the medic on the ground.
Yep.
So I'm like, okay, cool. That's what happens when you learn one job or you have one MOS, even though you may have moved on to other MOSs or other jobs, you still have that job.
Yep.
Anytime we didn't have a medic on the ground and we're up in a plane, they'd go, hey, is medic on the ground? Lore. And they'd call me to the front and go, you're going to jump out with the first stick. So we have a medic on the ground. Yep. Medic will be down in 2 minutes.
Yep.
So they call me. We go back to the 5-ton, hop up in it, which is, it's a big truck. There you go.
Deuce and a half on steroids.
Yeah, pretty much. So we get up in the truck, and the Polish guy slides a first aid bag over to me, and I'm like, okay, cool. And I'm looking at Brian, and Brian's like, I'm good to everybody, right? And then he turns to me and goes, Sean? I go, yeah. He goes, did everybody walk away? Yeah. He goes, good, because my knee hurts. So I patched him up and stuff. We end up getting done with that. Well, then they all go to drink. I cannot drink for the night because I am the driver, which is fine because I'm not, he knows me. I don't necessarily drink a whole lot anyway. So it doesn't bother me. But
I make up for it, because he can't. Double duty.
One of the guys on the Special Forces at that point was 19-year-old. I cannot make this up if I wanted to. His first name was Hans, and he's blonde-haired, blue-eyed, 6'5" foot. 6'5".
6'5".
Yeah, 6'5".
Gotcha.
And I believe he told me he was close to 285 or 300 pounds, and he is corn-fed, nothing but muscle. So he's in there with them, and I'm seeing things go on, and of course there's some, since we all got new wings and stuff, everybody's getting blood wings or whatever. Yep. He comes out to me and he's talking to me and he's like, yeah, it's good disease, and then the only reason I can do his voice, I promise you, that is his voice. I am not making it up. So this is not stereotyping. This is his voice. He goes, you got wings too. I am 135 pounds at that point. Mind you, I'm not much heavier right now. I'm like 160. But he sits there and goes, holds on to my hand. pulls me up in the air, and goes, bam, hits the first wing because we got 2 wings that day.
Mm-hmm.
Slide backward. It's like watching Dragon Ball Z or some kung fu movie. I slide back, pulls me back up, bam, hits the other one. Slide back. I'm like, ugh. He goes, oh, you did good. You not fall down like everybody else. Like, yeah. He's like, oh, you know, da, 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 da. And we exchange some things. He walks away, and I go, oh. So the next morning, after we've all gone back and everything, I wake up before everybody else, obviously, because I haven't been drinking. I go to the bathroom, I come back in, and as I'm talking to Brian, because he's one of my roommates, and another buddy of mine, Clark, sitting there, taking off my shirt. And mind you, it had like trickle blood down it. Taking off my shirt, and both of them go, Jesus Christ, Sean, what happened? And I'm like, huh? I look down, and there's these perfectly skin-colored wings. And around those skin-colored wings is huge ass bruising. And I go, oh, that was Hans. And Brian goes, oh, shit. And I go, yes, and I didn't get to fall down. And he goes, man, I know, you reached across the table and nailed me.
Yeah.
I said, I did that without any anesthesia, so to speak, as far as drinking.
Yeah. Here. I know what you're talking about. Yeah.
No, he's not trying to give you his nipple.
No, it's hard to see on that. There we go.
Yep.
Yeah. But all right, that's an actual tattoo. But yeah, the blood rings too that I got. All right there. Yeah, my whole titty was bruised. Oh my God, that hurt. There's not a whole lot of, for me, I'm not Arnold with the pecs that go up and down.
Uh-huh.
So when it hit, yeah, everything was fucking black and blue. Again, though,
to one extent, I was lucky because I wasn't standing on the ground when he pulled me, because then that meant my body would have recoiled it into the ground. But that doesn't mean I didn't feel it on the other side of the back. When he hit each time. Is, I think I felt that in my spine.
She was with me again, went through, and most of the instructors back in the day were old Vietnam vets.
Uh-huh.
Okay. And who did this to them? Old World War II vets and everything. So, yeah, they were manly men. Bullshit. They were sadistic motherfuckers. That's all I can think of.
That just meant they loved you.
Yeah.
Painfully.
Yeah, I had a full bird colonel that gave us our wings. Okay? And I think he was pissed for the simple fact he was just too young to be in World War II, but his dad and his uncles and everything was. All right? And he missed career as well because he was in school. But he was there for Vietnam.
He could have been there for career. He just had to volunteer.
Oh, no.
I know. He had to be an officer.
He, trust me.
No offense.
He explained it to us.
Oh.
He missed career because he was in school. Okay. Now, he didn't say if it was high school or fucking college.
Probably high school.
All right. But he missed it. But his chance came. Vietnam. Okay. Again, 3 fucking tours as a goddamn scout.
Oh, he loved you.
Oh.
It was like, I love you.
Then he went Special Forces. Well, he went Special Forces, and then just because he got bored after, he also went Ranger. And it's just like, holy fucking shit. And you know, the sad thing is, just like my drill instructor I was telling you about, he wasn't any bigger than me, except for the fact that when he had a punch, he had about 400 fucking foot-pounds behind it. And I think, the clips on those wings they're only about that big, They were poking through my back. I swear to God, because my whole chest just kind of caved in that much. You know, it's just like, you did good. Congratulations, son. Whack! And it was just like, it caught me by surprise. So I was like, it did not take me off my feet because you had that instant of shock.
Yep.
You know how the body is? It's kind of like, yes, I feel the pain. I don't completely feel it yet because it just went immediately numb. And not just this area, but from the top of my head to my little toe just went fucking numb. If I could fall over, I would, but for whatever reason, my body's not letting me fall over. And I know in about 15 fucking seconds, from my little toe to the top of my head, my entire body, even the things he didn't touch and should have no reason to hurt, are gonna hurt.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? I was absolutely, my right fucking pinky right there was on fire. That whole, you know what I'm talking about. When you get hit that hard, you're not expecting, your body goes into shock. And then all of a sudden it says, well, what should I do? Should I concentrate that pain in that one little spot, for 5 minutes? Or should I spread it throughout your whole entire body for a fucking half hour?
No, mine kind of waited until the next morning.
Oh, I don't even want to go there next morning because it was just like you. Literally. It's kind of like, well, yeah, you got your blood. Why are your kidneys black and blue?
Mind you, when we got our foreign wings,
It's like, holy fucking shit.
And jumped, all the jump masters lined up that had the foreign wings. We qualified for 2 different kinds that day. Lined up, and each one of them gave us blood wings.
Yep.
And depending on how they did it, you'd get some that would be like, bam, and then pop it out, and then the next one goes bam, 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 bam. So either they hit you or they hit you and they made it count. So when I had trickles, That was from that. The black and blues were from Hans.
Yeah. No, we just had the fucking Colonel. Because I'll be honest with you, I think every other jump master understood what the fuck was going on.
Uh-huh.
And was like, all right, look, we are having a ceremony. If we come up and we do that, we're going to end up holding everyone up. Otherwise, they're going to be passed out. So they just let him do. And he did it with a fucking smile. He was a sadistic motherfucker. I will tell you this.
Oh, they
right
did it
here,
with
right
their
now.
sergeant stripes. Like when I got sergeant.
Yeah.
Not everybody, mind you, but yeah, I got it. Unstick. Next person, unstick.
No, that
blood stripes.
That'll say.
But they do at
Never did.
They
but,
at least at that point asked you, "Do you want blood stripes?" And it's like, "Yes, it's fine." Nobody tried to break your collarbone or anything else, but they let you know you got your stripe.
Nope. Being promoted, no. Thank God too, because up and down so fucking much.
I should have given you blood just for the. Hey, you got the money.
Yeah, jeez. Yeah. But anyway, but no, with the fucking jump wings, it was like, oh, mother, me over. But honestly, yeah, thank God, it was only the Colonel. Thank God.
That's all it took.
Yeah. Honestly, and look, Sean, you know this. I've been shot multiple times on several different occasions, blown up and killed once. I got over all of that. I don't think I could have taken another set of it on the fucking blood wings. I just would have been, I'm done. What are you doing, soldier? I quit. Time out. Peace. Yeah. White flag. Whatever.
No, we're not necessarily recommending everybody do this or go, oh, so they used to. It's whatever. But one buddy of mine who got his wings before coming to the the unit, leaving active duty and come into the reserve unit. I was with the reserve unit when I got my wings. His platoon sergeant, when he got back from airborne school, asked everybody, did they want blood wings? Aha! Some water.
I'm sorry. Do you want one?
No, I'm good. I'm good at the moment. Thank you. Let me move the chair. Oops, sorry.
No, you're good.
Oh, good thing my hand was there. I caught it in my hand.
Continue with your story. And anyone that's still watching us, if you like Army stories, real life, tell your friends. Just watch this now. Tune in now, because I don't know what the fuck kind of story he's going to tell.
I don't know. I never know.
And at least watch it later, too.
If you want, good
it
laugh,
might be
but just say,
interesting.
you know,
Yeah.
one flew over the cuckoo's nest. That was, yeah.
Yeah, a couple old combat vets here just talking bullshit and making fun of the
Dumb stuff.
stupid shit we did.
So his platoon sergeant took his Kevlar and he had it behind his back and asked everybody, "You want blood wings?" Yeah, sure. Bam! Now,
Mhm.
I highly say no. not no, but heck no. Just no. There's got to be a limit.
We're actually 30 minutes into the video, so you can do the HELL if you need to.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I don't recommend that part. You know, some things it's cool. Just ask the person and before you do it, so they can prepare themselves. But don't get to the point that you know you're going to be the Terminator and somebody.
Hey, Tony. You know Tony Weed?
Yeah, I think I saw him.
Yeah, he lives. Well, sorry, Tony. My nephew Kenny lives with Tony Weed
Ah, okay.
down in Ford.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry I didn't get to see you.
But anyway, hey, buddy, this is Sergeant Lore, this is Sean. I know you met him before. We're just talking about our stupid shit, time in the service, stuff like that. Good stories.
Oh yeah.
You know, someday I really hope to have Bill Pelkey and Muskrat, two guys I served with, and the stories we could tell.
Oh, I'm sure.
Along with you.
Mine.
You know, it would be
support
awesome.
stories. Here's the live story.
Yeah. No, I mean, shit. I mean, how many patches are you
Carrie,
allowed to wear
I'm allowed to wear
on your right arm?
Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe 5.
All right.
But that's all from one deployment because
Don't matter.
of different commands.
All right. When you wear a patch on your right arm, those are combat patches. Those are units you served with in a combat situation.
Speaking of which, they changed the rules, so I might be able to get my combat hatch because I wasn't
Oh, no
originally.
shit.
Yeah, because originally I was only in country for 2.5 months.
Yeah.
But they changed the rules a little bit, so I might be able to get that hash added to my uniform.
Hash. Yeah. Hash.
Just like
little yellow golden thing on your right arm that shows that you served one rotation at least, or whatever it was. With that being said, yeah, he looks at me and goes, "Oh no, I didn't do anything. I'm just saying 5 fucking combat patches."
it's one deployment.
Oh, okay. I had 2,
You probably had more now.
and I get to wear 3. That's it.
I bet you if you go back now, because there's a lot of things that changed. Korea is a good example.
Yeah.
Like I went to Korea. Korea is the longest standing ceasefire, so it's technically still a war.
Yep.
I don't know if they changed the clarification about it or whatever, but because of that, any of us that served after 1953, they finally spun around and said, "Hey, you get to wear a medal for it or a ribbon or whatever." So it kind of changed that aspect.
Yeah.
They've been changing a lot of the rules, so you may actually, because of multiple commands, have multiple patches.
Yeah. No.
That's up to him.
Don't matter.
I only wear like if I wear them, I only wear 3.
What I served with in actual combat. All right. 2nd Battalion, 75th Ranger Regiment.
Mhm.
Okay. After that, it was 82nd, which actually at the time also, both of them, believe it or not, fell under the 101st.
I believe it.
Okay.
Yeah, you
So-
get attached to a higher command.
Right. I get the 101st, the Screaming Fucking Eagle.
It's actually, yeah, we call it the Screaming Chicken.
The Double
Have a
D
love.
there, the 82nd.
Uh-huh.
And
Alcoholics Anonymous.
but what I
Just kidding.
really like though was the because the Rangers, especially on the right shoulder, different color, even with the BDUs back in the 80s. And it's just the fucking rocker. It's so very
Oh yeah.
subdued.
Oh yeah, for the Ranger.
Yeah, and it's
All right, so
just kind of like
they have a scroll which deals with the regiment. So when you wear it over here, if you're not paying attention, you may not even see it because it's at a high point of your
Yep.
shoulder here. Whereas most people are looking for patch right there. So if you're in a combat uniform, it's going to be subdued. So you're not going to see it. It may just seem like it's part of the camouflage. If you're in a dress uniform, you'll see it right away because it's red, right? Red with white writing. I think all the regiments are.
no, at back in the 80s.
Uh-huh.
All right.
Or did you just have the arch that said Ranger?
No. What I had was 2nd Battalion,
Yeah.
2BN 75.
Right.
Okay.
And it's like a scroll. Yeah.
Yeah, it's scroll, and
ribbon
right.
or whatever. Scroll.
And
ribbon, you know what I mean?
Even the subdued one. Okay. Of course, you have it for your dress greens. All right. Dress greens, that's the one you're talking about, the colors and
Yeah.
everything. At the time, though, they didn't have anything different. So you wore, well, it was a little different. Instead of the the green and the black,
Yeah.
and everything. No, it was a very, and you can see it
Okay.
if you look at it. It was a very subdued burgundy.
Oh, okay. I know what you're talking about.
Okay,
I remember seeing it.
they didn't have the OD green with the black. All right, but on your actually on your dress uniform, I'm sorry, it was golden red
Golden red. Yeah.
with a bright green backing. Okay, but on your BDUs, like every other, you have your subdued patch.
Yeah.
Like even the first cav, which was yellow, red stripe, and a field of green, or a field of red. I'm sorry, field of red. This was on your dress greens. It was a field of green, red with gold trim around the lettering. But on your BDUs, instead of just being the OD green or the dark green and a black,
Lettering.
the Rangers at the time was just a very dark red, almost burgundy. All right, not a bright red, very subdued red. Because when I was actually found out I was authorized to wear it, I'm like, no, I don't want the one for dress greens. I'm looking for BDU, and then no, this is the BDU. I mean, what the fuck do you mean? It has red in it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, no, this is a dress green. I'm like, oh, wow. Yeah, that's a lot. Really? I can wear red on my BDUs? They're like, well, no, it's not really red. It's burgundy. I'm like, okay. All right. It's kind of like airborne. Yeah, it's not a red beret.
It's all burgundy.
It's
or maroon.
raspberry.
Oh, raspberry beret.
Yeah.
Yeah. Which is a
Yeah.
dig at us. Maroon beret.
Bullshit. We like the name maroon, but no, it's actually raspberry.
Okay, well, it's a deep raspberry.
Yeah. It's a dark red. Look. And here's one of the things that irritated me.
And don't start playing Prince just because you heard that.
No, it irritates me to this day. I was a fucking scout, 19 Delta. Again, I also told you when I went through basic, I was at the last rotation where they allowed you to smoke and everything as well. Well, you know what else? I was the last rotation through where we had the actual black beret. Now everyone gets to wear a black beret. Everyone's fucking special. Everyone gets a fucking participation trophy.
Okay, but they changed it a little bit to where now most people wear field cap and wear beret. And they can wear beret. They can wear fajita hat.
Yeah. Well,
I'm being polite because it's not what it's called in the military.
It's called a cunt cap.
I was trying to be polite, but it's all right. Yeah, it's not as, because a lot of people, the object was when they took it from scouts and rangers or whoever at that time that they took it from, and gave it out to everybody, was to improve esprit de corps and feel
the eliteness.
But they did turn around and replace the Rangers with a tan beret. I don't know what they did for the Scouts, honestly.
You know what they did for the Scouts?
They said, "Have a nice day."
Yeah, they said, "Fuck you."
No, that's not totally true. You guys could still wear your Stetson.
No,
I've seen them wear it.
not when I was in. No, that's, you know why?
Why?
Because we had the fucking black beret. So we were not allowed to have the. I was, look, you know, believe it or not, Sean.
Beret? You know who changed the black beret?
Some DEI fucking general.
Yeah, okay, but that general had been a scout before. And I believe what happened is, and you guys can correct me or find it out, Google it, whatever. Is at one point it was taken away from you guys, I think, and it was elitely given to the Rangers.
Yes.
So, story is, mind you, this is whatever the story was. You can't say there's anything truly in writing about it. But he had a hardship with the fact that he lost the black beret and that it shouldn't be that way. So later on, when he became the general, he made a policy so everybody could wear the black beret. So that's the underground story about the whole thing of how we all ended up with it. But if you actually look at the history and read the history and stuff, it was designed that the Rangers originally were like, they would train the officers to go to the Ranger school and stuff, send you back to a normal unit, train you up.
Unlike special forces, anyone could come in and be a Ranger and then go back to a regular unit. You weren't SF for the rest of your career and you know, everything.
So you were Ranger trained and you had a job. You weren't necessarily always going to be with a Ranger battalion.
Right. And
the object was you would come and you would train other people with all that, because I can only send so many people through Ranger school in the first place, since it's a specialized school. It's like if you trained me to be a jump master, everybody that jumps, not everybody can be a jump master, but I can come and I can train you. Hey, you know, this is what you need to look at. Here's blah, blah, blah. Or if you're a fitness master, I'm going to train you and you can train other NCOs on how to properly give PT and what to look for and things concerned as far as people's diet or whatever else.
Look, I served with a lot of elite units and a lot of frontline units. Never really dealt with.
Yes, Tony, it is Sunday night. You're right.
But I never really dealt with special forces. Never saw that. I did on occasion, but very rare. But with frontline units, combat units, combat arms, and everything, you wouldn't believe how many I saw had a Ranger tab. All right. And that's what we're trying to say. You could go through the Ranger training, but they didn't keep you with a Ranger unit. You can do 2, 3, 4 years with a Ranger unit, and next thing you know, you're back with 4th to 158th Aviation. I had 18 fucking Rangers.
If you're an officer, it's something that they look to send you through.
Yeah, no, these were enlisted. Enlisted men. Okay. And it was,
And I will get to the Green Beret, Tony. I see your question.
yeah, and this was their third unit that they were assigned to after their initial Ranger unit. So, and that it part of it too is the mentality of the Rangers. It goes back to when this country was first formed, and why we also didn't wear such bright colored and all the medals and big, huge, hey, look at me, I'm special.
It makes you a big target.
Yeah, well, it's not only that, that's part of it, but it's also the mentality. It's like, no, we're here to do a job. And the job is to protect this country and the people in it, not the fucking government, but the people in it.
And the Constitution.
Well, yeah, that's pretty much it, the Constitution. And so we volunteered, we're doing our duty, we're doing our job. If I'm a goddamn good truck driver, I don't need to be held up to say, hey, you're a goddamn good truck driver. No, I'm doing my job. I should be a goddamn good truck driver. If I'm a mechanic. Now, within that, compare me to other truck drivers. Oh, fuck yeah. I like the recognition. But to compare me to a mechanic, well, he's better than you because he's a truck driver. He's better than you because he's a mechanic. No, the Rangers had the same ideology. We're in the military. We do our job. We do it to the best of our ability. We're not that special. Hence, we are not special forces. And the Rangers are not.
Well, they're special operations. Then.
Well,
They're
they're
SOF, Special Operational Forces.
Yeah, but they are not special forces.
Yeah, no.
That's why we have the Green Berets. That's why we have SEALs. That's why we have each branch has it. The Rangers are not, and don't get me wrong, they are just as fucking badass.
Yeah.
Like I said, I served with them. I am not one, but I served with them. They are extreme motherfucking badasses.
No,
at least 40 years ago, they were.
They still are. They're shock and awe. Special operations is you are not just like if I'm a Ranger, you can technically be any MOS and be a Ranger.
Yes.
Now, Special Forces is in MOS. So when I go for Green Beret school, and I go Q course, and I go to off to my different schooling. Let's say your communications. I'm going to send you to communicate almost every communication school. So you're basically for a year, that is your job. After you've qualified and they've selected you and said, yes, you're going to be, or you're a medic for a year. You're going to learn everything because guess what? You are equal to a physician assistant, or because you got to do it when you're there, period. There's some medics who can do that too, but these guys are, way above their peers.
Keep going. I got to take another piss.
But their job is, they say on a good day, you don't know that they're there. They get in, they get out, do whatever they got to do. On a bad day, they do their best to fight out. They're also instructors. The Rangers are instructors too. It's a little complicated where the full division is, but Rangers are seen as shock and awe and teach, and Special Forces are known as go in, establish, teach, and train, so that you can help that force go fight. Or if you're going to go in for a certain mission, let's say like the SEALs did when they went in to get Bin Laden and stuff. You go in to do that stuff, or your Delta Force, and you go in and you do what you got to do, and you get out. You understand the odds and stuff against you. You get the best equipment, and you get the best intel that you can get. One of my buddies who is Special Forces talked about when he was in Desert Storm that he literally, there was one point where they were just sitting there. I forgot how long he said they were sitting there. Definitely a long time. I know that one of the people that was in his unit, who I went to one of my college courses with, talked about like he was for 6 months. His job was just to keep an eye out until they gave the word. Because a lot of times when they say, hey, well, we're sending in, say, the infantry, or we're sending in somebody else into an area, they may have already sent the Special Forces a little sooner than that to try and help establish stuff and get things squared away, or special operations. It's pretty in depth. Your job is to not just be good at your job. You are to be the specialist of everything. If you're combat arms, you know about all the different weapons. What are you going to do to clean it, fix it, get it to work, fire it, aim it, train others to do the same thing. If you're an engineer, you got to know how to build it, blow it up, and help them, say, reestablish some of the stuff that's in their area, or help them build from scratch. And you get a lot of people in the regular MOSs that do the same thing or work beside them and stuff. But their whole mindset is they're alpha. And I don't mean that in a bragging way. I mean, they are alpha they got to be highly intelligent. They got to be highly motivated. They have to have vision and foresight. You can develop that in your unit. You can develop that into people individually. But when it comes to Special Forces, if you don't seem to have that, full thing, then they'll spin around and they may say, no, we're not selecting you. The other reason a lot of times they don't select people when they're going through is you might be almost there, but they also want to see you coming back, because a lot of people go for the tab, but they don't go for the right reason. When I did medicine, and even when I taught people as far as certain medicine, I would tell certain ones, I'd go, why are you here? And they go, well, blah, 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 my parents and da-da-da. And my dad was a doctor. I want to be a doctor, blah, 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 blah. Okay. And what if your day is going to be a 20-hour day?
Can I interrupt just for a second?
Sure.
One, I want to say hi to First Responder Garage, Damien. He's been a big help.
Hey, Damien.
And two, I want to remind anyone out of the 3 people that are watching us right now, if you want to join in, at the top of the comments, just like at Bear Rose Garage,
You have a link.
I have a link. Y'all can get in there. And matter of fact, I'm gonna try and
Repost it.
Yep. Sometimes this don't work. Oh, hey, it's gonna work. All right, here we go. I'm gonna put the link up here.
Here we go. All the way.
Yep.
Every day.
If anyone wants to hop in, hit the link.
Mm-hmm.
You can join in. All right, Sean, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
Finish your story.
So they want to see if you're going to come back, and because is this who you are, or are you hunting for a tab or a badge or anything else? We used to call them badge finders or tab finders. because you get people who get like a whole bunch of junk, and they're just, I want this school, I want that school, blah 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 blah. So they can get a bunch of stuff on their stuff, and it doesn't mean anything. Even to the degree that, like, I didn't get my first award, not counting the
Everything they
not,
give you
not
for
counting the Rainbow
AAMs
Ribbon and the National
stupid-
Defense. Like,
Oh.
I got those two during desert. I got one.
You know
get
what?
one when you get done with your MOS.
Yeah.
And then you get one when something happens combat wise.
I didn't even get an NDF. You know, the rainbow. Well, no,
Not the Rainbow.
it's different. Rainbow ribbon. Hey, you passed basic. But the NDF, I didn't get that until I got called back in for fucking Desert Storm.
You actually do a second one for Panama
No, they never. Well, at the time.
at the
and
time, but I'm saying
yeah.
now.
Now this is 40 fucking years later, so I'm not worried about
So
it.
you should put it on your uniform. Damn it. No.
And so I'll talk to you later, so I can get my 100% disability.
Oh, okay. We'll talk
Which
about
at the time, right now, I'm only rated for 10.
it. You just have to go. Okay,
All right,
It's-
no, we'll talk about that later.
that's another story.
Yeah,
All right,
I'll need your help.
So
Broke my back in 3 fucking places. I get 10% disability. That doesn't even pay for my fucking beer. Okay, sorry.
sort of. No. It pays for his beer once a month.
No, because I got 10% of $700. I get
$70?
$70.
Get the case of beer.
That's not a month's worth of beer.
No, I said once a month it pays for beer.
Sean, I'm sorry. My bad. Finish your story. We'll talk later. You can help me with this shit. Because I'm old now and it starts to hurt.
You're not that old. You're only a little bit older than me.
I am?
Yeah.
I thought you were older than me.
Okay, for story's sake, I'm older than him. There you go. That's why you look so young.
Finish.
Okay,
Finish.
so I would tell medical people, the ones that were becoming doctors, who were saying like, I can earn this much, or I want a 9-to-5 job or whatever. I would ask them again. I would sort of try and feel them out and get a little blueprint to find out, are you made for this job? And I would honestly tell them, I suggest you leave now, because the patient will pay the price.
Mm.
And that doesn't mean that they'll make a bad decision. It can also mean that if you don't fit the mold, or you're not going to conform to that type of mold and learn, because somewhere in your mind, you're like, I really want to be this. Let me kind of become this. The patient's going to have a bad day, because you're always going to have a bad day. You're going to be held up long hours or something when you think you can walk out the door. You're going to rush something that you don't need to rush, or you're just going to be nasty to the patient. And I've already dealt with one doctor even recently that, to the point that I had to take it and go complain, because the patient has rights too. It's one of those things. If you fit the mold, great. If you don't, put it aside, move on to something else, because you really have to be that kind of alpha mode. Alpha mode doesn't always necessarily mean like, hey, you're the brightest thing on the block. But
you
if you're
don't
not,
need a God complex.
right. But if you want to be that, and you have a deficit or deficiency or something, then you need to look to what you can do to train yourself up to get to that point, so then you can apply it to the school. Not go there with the mindset of I'm the greatest thing since Swiss cheese. Because if one person is really not a Rambo thing, okay? It takes a team.
I mean, not only that, but honestly, I've dealt with people with that mentality that's like, I'm God, I'm Rambo. Really? That's how you literally get people killed.
Oh no.
And you don't do anything wrong per se, but no, it's your attitude. You get the people killed, and not always by enemy fire or anything. Stupid little things like, hey, I'm not, I don't care how you're feeling. Get out there, do it. Suck it up. Fuck you. Well, you find out he twisted his ankle, had a blood clot,
Mm-hmm.
and boom. You have to care about the people under you. With that being said, too, it's also a fine line, too, because I'm sorry if somebody comes up to me and says, my pussy hurts and I don't feel like doing this. Well, suck it up, Sally. But if you have a legitimate problem, I'm there for you. I'll help you out. Yeah. Hey, look, the skin are falling off my toes. All right. Well, dumbass, you didn't change your socks. You weren't following proper um, personal hygiene and everything. But yeah, you're right. So we have to take care of this.
Just so you know, Tony said back pain sucks. And first responder, you're right. Advocate for the patient.
Yeah.
All day long.
Yeah. Well, first responder, he also EMT.
Mm-hmm.
So he can relate. Yeah. Damien. My God. I'm sorry, sir. I almost called you Darius, which is my grandson's name.
Oh, I thought he was going to say Rucker.
Yeah, no, Damien. You and my friend here, Sean, son-in-law, have a lot in common. If you have the time, buddy, I know usually Damien's working in his garage,
mm-hmm.
and he keeps us on as a background noise. But, buddy, if I'm not asking too much, and if you're not working, hop on for a minute or two. Hit the link. Come on. I haven't talked to you in a while.
What's a while?
Well, it's been about a month.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you could really define it. I was just, because it's over a holler.
At least. But
the next person goes, oh, it's
honest to God, man, you and Sean here have a lot in common. Both personality-wise and what you do for a living and the way you look at life. You really do. And you're good people. Both of you are. You're willing to help everyone
Who's
out.
The better person.
The only reason why I'm a better person is because I stand on your shoulders and you help me out.
Now you know why I crawl so much. Because it hurts.
Yeah. And I have no problem digging my heels into your neck while I'm standing up. But yeah.
Bitch. No.
Yeah. But no, Damien. I can't say enough about Damien.
Yeah.
Awesome person. I mean, matter of fact, this whole hot rodding group that have been helping me out,
mm-hmm.
They have nothing but good things to say about Damien.
Sweet.
And awesome guy. And it's not just his knowledge. It's the fact that he is so willing to help a fucking moron like me out, And that's what I'm saying, Damien. You have so much in common with Sean.
You're probably smarter. Trust me. I just played off.
Yeah, well, I'm not going to argue at that point either.
What's up, Dave?
Damien probably is smarter, but dude,
what's up?
Hey,
what's happening, buddy?
Working.
Hey, thank you for taking the time out. I figured you were out in your garage working, and you probably had us in the background, kind of listening and everything. But man, I'll tell you what, one of my best friends. All right, I haven't seen him in 8 years, but I'm that type of person. Haven't seen him in 8 years. He showed up, and it's just like, dude, ain't seen you in a weekend. Catch me up. Well, catching me up took 8 hours.
Just a little.
But we caught up.
We've been talking text and stuff and phone calls occasionally.
Yeah, but
first time I've been back on the East Coast for a while.
Seriously, Damien, you remind me a whole lot of Sean here. You're willing to help anyone out.
I like your shop.
You have a whole lot of the same interests and stuff, and it's fucking awesome. Not only that, but I want you two to talk, trade some stories, talk to each other. Not only that, but it also helps my fucking channel with my, you know what I'm saying,
so
Damien?
we're getting used, man.
Yeah, we're getting used. Yeah.
Hey, I don't know what to talk about because, I mean,
What are you working on?
Yeah, I got the shadow trailer, the
Oh.
axles.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Did they get cracked or what happened?
Well, I just got done polishing it
Oh, okay.
and found out that they wanted me to inspect it, right? So I inspected the trailer and come to find out that at one point in time it was bottomed out. Maybe they hit a ditch or whatever they hit, but the wheels went into the side of it,
Uh-huh.
busted up the wood inside. So I had to replace the wood inside. They don't want to worry about the panels, but both axles were bent. So now I'm replacing both axles.
Oh, sweet.
So while I'm in there, I might as well put new shackles, new hangers, new everything. So yeah.
What do you think about the panels? Are the panels gonna leak or cause a problem at all, or is it just
No,
more
no, it's just cosmetic. I mean,
cosmetic?
it's not ripped through. It's just cosmetic dents and stuff.
I got you.
But
Sweet.
yeah, they it hit pretty good. It got into the side.
So I'm gonna guess if it did that much damage,
So
they were either going a little too fast or they came around the corner and found a pothole that nobody could see until the last second.
Or they
well,
might be.
this is a group.
I was going to say they
This is
might
a
be an
group of,
idiot like me that said, "Hey,
Watch this.
yeah, I know a shortcut."
Oh, hold my beer.
Yeah.
So this is my mom's friends, and they're the 40-something cowgirls.
Ah,
And they go out and they ride trails on their horses and
oh nice.
you know get plastered and stuff and have a good time. So
Oh, that always mixes.
yeah, so the husbands usually drop off the trailer and I fix them.
Oh. Wait a minute. Were the husbands drinking before?
No, the women
Just the women.
the women break it. The husbands pay to fix it.
Gotcha. Oh, okay. I see. That's
So,
what it is. It gets broken, and then instead of you getting to see who broke it, they come in and go, "Oh, can you fix it?"
Well, not only that,
yeah.
but, Damien, what's your day job?
Uh-huh.
I said, "What
My
is
day
your day
job.
job?"
Which one?
Which one?
The one with the fire department.
Firefighter EMT. Yes.
Yeah, EMT.
EMT. Yeah.
This is what I'm talking about. You and Sean. Sean was a medic. Actually,
Uh-huh.
he is still a medic. It's not something you forget about once you stop, but with the military.
Oh, okay. Wonderful.
Okay. And I've heard a few of your stories. Okay. And this is just civilians fucking themselves up.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Not the military shit. But I figure, I'm sorry, guys. Sean, I've known for years. All right. And like I said, Damien, you remind me a lot of Sean. And it kind of, it makes me feel good because, honest to God, you two have a lot in common. You really do have a lot of good stories between what y'all have seen and been through
I ain't seen nothing.
and everything. And,
I ain't seen much.
well, I say the same thing. You tell me different because you've heard a few of my stories, Damien.
Oh yeah.
And so is Sean. You both tell me, yeah, bullshit, Mark. You've seen a lot and you've been through a lot. Me, I'm just sitting here. From my perspective, I'm like, no, I haven't. There's a lot of people out there that have, worse than me. So from your perspective, his perspective, yeah. Maybe you haven't seen a lot compared to other people, but compared to an idiot like me, you both have seen a lot. Okay, and all I'm trying to say is, Damien, I think you and Sean have a lot of good stories, a lot of experiences to compare, and just throw it here on my YouTube channel so I can get some views.
I came in the Army doing veterinary medicine and then crossed over into human medicine in the process. And then when I moved on to a different career field, we had a thing that we called combat lifesaver. So you're basically a first responder and you can trach and everything else if you need to.
Yeah.
But because of my first assignment where I was teaching medical students, even though I was working in vet med, and that's how I crossed over into human medicine in the process. It was always like, if we're in a plane and we don't have medics on the ground, because you're not supposed to jump to the medics on the ground, they go, "Hey, Laura," they put you to the front of the line and go, "Medic will be on the ground in 2 minutes."
Yeah. I know you joined in a little bit later because he had told that story earlier. And actually this is going to be one of my fucking 4-hour live streams when I'm done. But between us talking about our experiences in the military, if you're interested in that, we did cover a shitload of good stories, personal experience and everything. And some of them were funny. Actually, all of them were funny from our perspective.
Oh, mine were sad. His were funny.
No, bullshit. But it's one of those things, Damien. I really think you would enjoy talking to Sean. With that being said, too, he also has his own YouTube channel. Now, he just started it up. But some of the shit there, if you don't mind, I'd like to see you, check it out. One of them things, we do is our group here. But
I'll get more videos up in the next couple of days. It's only got 3 at the moment. There was some technical stuff, and we get it worked out when I came over.
Yeah, but with that being said, you especially this last year with the goddamn transmission on the truck.
Oh, jeez. What's the story on that? Did you finally?
I finally got a torque converter for it. All right.
Okay.
Transmission's in the truck. It's ready to go. And what I was going to do is I was going to bypass the radiator and just go with the transmission cooler.
Yeah.
All right. So, because I couldn't, I have the old radiator and I know it's full of sparkly shit, metal.
Oh, yeah.
And everything from that transmission getting tore up.
Yeah.
And so I was going to have it running today, but over the weekend, I came into some money where I can get a new radiator. And so it'll be here Friday. So I'm just going to wait. I'm going to replace the radiator and I already have the transmission cooler. Same one. It's a big motherfucker. So I'm going to wait until this weekend, pull the radiator out, put a brand new one in. That way I don't have to worry about trying to flush it and worry about the little tiny sparkles, fucking up the trend, because I think that's what happened last time.
Okay.
I think, because I did everything else except between the cooler and the radiator, I didn't clean them out like I should have. And I think that's what happened last time. On the output shaft on this overdrive.
Yeah.
I think
that's where it goes back into the transmission.
Right. I think it got clogged. And I think that's what lack of oil, because that's why it welded itself to the overdrive clutch housing. There's a little tiny friggin' oil passage. And I think because I changed everything except for the goddamn radiator and the transmission cooler. I think there was some stuff in there that went through that oil passage, clogged it up, and that's what caused my big problem.
Did you get all that oil goes through a support? Did you drill out the support?
The support, I
Yeah.
replaced it.
Okay. Did you look at the size of the holes in the support?
Yes, sir.
Did they match up? They're not smaller because some of them
Nope,
come
they are
smaller.
not smaller. Yeah, I did do that. Look, I am so fucking scared of doing this shit again. I measured shit that I'm not supposed to measure. It's supposed to be a
I
given.
get it. I get it.
You know what I'm saying? Literally, I
Right.
am.
It's
You're looking at things normally you just wouldn't look at.
Right,
he started tasting the oil to make sure.
right.
Okay, it's clean.
Literally, you know, I mean, you remember first time
Yeah.
it wasn't shifting, and I found out because with the repair kit, with the rebuild kit, I had 3 parts right out of the box that were bad.
Hmm.
And I was like, son of a bitch, you can't trust anything. So yeah,
What
I'm
parts
going.
were those? I can't. I'm trying. You told me once.
All right. All right. This was easy. And it didn't make a big difference. It wouldn't have hurt the transmission. But the solenoid, I only have one solenoid on
Yeah.
this transmission because I don't have a
Okay.
lockout.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. The overdrive solenoid. You can test that on the bench.
Mm-hmm.
You know, no, it didn't work. So I put the 32-year-old one back in because I bench tested it
Right.
and it works. Okay. Second one was, the Sprag gear right on the tail shaft, on the output shaft, the one-way
Yeah, the one
Sprag.
you gotta press the
That's
that
it.
big
Only
spring.
mine's a little newer because it comes as one piece. All right. I don't know. It was maybe sitting too long, but it was cracked.
Mm.
All right. It did not come apart, but the casing, all right, that holds everything together, unlike the older ones where you put the springs in, you put the rollers in
Yeah.
for the Sprag. All right.
Yeah.
No. When I took it apart the first time after I found out it wasn't shifting, that was cracked. It just didn't let go.
Hell.
So I put the 32-year-old one back in because it was fine. The biggest thing was the reason why it wasn't shifting is because on the input shaft, right where you have 2 seals, and that's for the oh my god, first and second, it's right on the input shaft, right next to the blue seals that you gave me, but it's
Yes.
on the shaft itself.
Yeah.
Not
There should be 3. Oh wait, no, you got the. That's
Yeah,
right. You got the non-lockup.
it's on the shaft. All right.
Mm-hmm.
The ones I got, they were supposed to be redesigned. The ones I got, the only thing I can tell you is they were brown instead of orange.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And instead of a overlap,
Scarf cut.
they were a butt with a lock cut.
Yeah, it's kind of like a total seal ring. It kind of
Right.
just lock and groove
Yep.
like
Which
a Jack and King.
Yeah, which I thought was great. All right. When I took it apart, those fuckers disintegrated in my fingers.
What?
So yeah, I was like, all right, maybe they'd been left out, set in the sun. Maybe they were old. Don't know. But I went down to the little transmission shop where I had the actual guy redo the overdrive because I didn't have the press for that 800-pound spring.
Mm-hmm.
And he gave me new old stock seals. After I put those in, I had no problem with it shifting first to second because it wasn't losing oil. Okay. All right. That was the first problem. And, Damien, like I said, I took that thing apart so many times, double checking myself. And then after that, that was at the time you sent me the parts so I could add the extra clutch.
Yes.
And everything, which I will send you my extra parts. You know, I'm sorry, buddy, but
I forgot about that.
I kept them just in case. You know what I'm saying? Just in case. But yeah, now I have on my direct drive or direct clutch. Yeah, like you said, now I have oh God, I can't even remember. I have 4 instead of
4.
3, or I have 5 instead of 4. No, I have 4 instead of 3.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, that one extra helps out a lot.
Right. And honest to God, I have a brand new set of clutches
I'm gonna get back these back.
for you. That basically you can do a whole fucking transmission. 727.
Uh-huh.
And then I also have 5 extra clutches for the overdrive.
Okay, yeah. The
Yeah,
stock ones,
and-
right?
Right. And
Okay.
the plates.
Okay.
I'm sending you the old plates, but they were still good.
Yeah.
I used the new plates, but or new steels. I used the new steels. I'll send you the old one. I am gonna send that to you, buddy. But again, what happened was I put the whole damn thing together. It worked fine. It worked great.
Uh-huh.
But even with and I did get a new torque converter. I put a new torque converter on it the first time. But all I did was I just blew out with air the lines that went to the radiator. And I did not know that the truck also had a huge transmission cooler on it. All right. So I blew that out with air, filled it back up. It ran 500 miles, and then it got itself starved for oil. So the only thing I can think is that there was something either in the radiator or the transmission cooler. There were some bits, and they clogged the oil passage for the output shaft, and it welded itself to the overdrive clutch plate, you know, that aluminum plate on the back of the transmission.
Mm-hmm. The support.
Right. And then
It has a big
the
piston in it.
shaft, after it ran drive, the shaft started going like this, which, you know, your first and reverse drum is on there.
Yeah.
It started moving, and it cocked the reverse band. Anyway, those 4 parts ate themselves to death for lack of oil. I mean, it's all in my videos, Damien.
Yeah.
I went through this, and that's unless I took that damn.
I mean, was it
transmission-
clogged? Was it clogged when you took it apart?
Well, yeah, because I had it ate up that band so bad, everything was fucking clogged. You know, it took that band. It was a brand new band. It took that band right down to the metal. So yeah, I can't go back and go, hey, yeah, there was this little piece of metal that clogged up the oil because it tore
it's just
everything up
scattered,
so fucking bad. Yeah, you can't tell.
Did you replace that boost valve?
Yes. Yes, I did. Yes, I did. Because part of the thing was, I had to, again, on one of my videos, I went and I got I had to get another valve body. Remember we talked about this and the difference between a lock-up and a non-lock-up valve body. So I went through both of them, replaced the boost valve, actually had to replace 2 other valves and check the bores on them with that new fucking valve body that I got. Because just like everything else, another valve body was bad to begin with. It's all on my videos, Damien.
Wow.
But yeah, oh, it's a pain in the ass, buddy. Yeah, I know you're looking at me too, going, Mark, are you sure the parts are bad, or do you
No,
really have this
I'm
much
sure
bad
they're-
luck, or
I'm
are
sure
you
they're
that
bad.
much of a fucking moron? You know?
Did the new support, the one that houses that big overdrive piston, did it come with an O-ring seal?
Yes, it did, and I have two of them because, and Damien asked me how I know this.
Oh, I know how you know.
Yeah, because of course the
I know
first one,
exactly how you know.
trying to put the son of a bitch in, I did the old feeler gauge trick because they're new and they're tight, trying to put that seal in, and I almost got it around until the feeler gauge bit into it.
Oh shoot.
And I tore a chunk out. So I took a 2-liter Sprite bottle and cut myself a piece that I could put it. And same with the center, because it has two.
Uh-huh.
And yeah, I cut a piece of the 2-liter bottle where I could put it around the center shaft and have that seal go over it. And then I could just take my time and with the plastic feed the other end, and at the same time too pull the center out so center is seated
Uh-huh.
without flipping it up, because they do have an opening, they go in one way. Am I explaining it right? You know what I'm saying?
I'm following.
Okay. Well, it's the same as the
But
outer.
I was asking about the actual support. This. Hold on.
All right, show me.
Just
I
right
might
here.
be mistaken.
The one that
Oh,
slides into the case.
Oh,
Does
hell
that have
yeah.
an O-ring?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, again, Damien, I'm sorry.
All right, then we're on the same page.
Yeah, and around the edge of that, there's a rubber seal.
For the
Remember,
piston.
I have an overdrive. That is the overdrive clutch housing.
Yes.
Now on a regular 727, that's just a solid piece. No piston goes in there.
Right.
All right. I have the 518, so piston goes in there. So yes. And that was the part that the output shaft had fucking wallered it out. It actually welded itself because you have hardened steel going against aluminum.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry, buddy. I know I'm wasting your time, but I appreciate you
Oh, you're not.
with all your help and everything, man. I really
I already
do.
welded that thing together, so.
When he said the Sprite bottle, I thought he was going to say he pissed in it and threw that away and then went to work.
I think what's going to happen is he's going to use this transmission eventually as a urinal.
He already knows. I already told him that. Yes.
high revved up motor
No.
every time you flush.
No, even if it works, just out of spite.
Just out of spite.
Next year, this I'll tell you what, this might be a perfect fucking transmission that never ever needs anything other than a goddamn fluid and filter change.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and I might
Now,
able to
what
keep it
filter-
forever, but since it's giving me such a hard time, I told Damien this: when I get the money, I'm gonna have a high performance rebuilt transmission. I'm gonna pull this fucker out. I'm gonna set it behind the shed. I'm gonna stand it up, and we're gonna use it as a urinal. And I'm I'm not going to strip it. I'm going to leave everything inside. I'm going to let the bugs, the piss, and even if somebody wants to take a fucking shit in it, just because
High-spirited flesh.
Yeah. I'm an asshole, and I believe in cutting my nose off to spite my face.
You're gonna get that one person who gets on there to take a dump and goes, "I like the motor."
That's what scares me. I will ask them politely to leave my house, my property.
After he films it and puts it on YouTube.
Well, yeah, got to get the views. You know what I'm saying?
Tell you what, you have a 47 RE with a non-lockup converter and you're using it as a urinal, you'll get the views.
Yeah. Well, unfortunately, I'm a
You
little
got
bit
you got
behind
the
it.
you got like the transmission that nobody can find anymore.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm one step behind. I have a 46 RH non-lockup.
A 46.
46 RH non-lockup. Remember, gasoline engine, not diesel.
Or V10.
Right. It's the 46 RH. Basically, the old 727 with the hydraulically operated.
Right. You don't
overdrive.
have the double wrap band. That's right.
See you,
You
Tony.
got the single.
Have a good night. And mud and boots, just so you know, Tony.
Okay, Tony. Yep. All right, cool. I'm glad you can read that. Oh, I know why you can read. You're wearing my fucking glasses. That's why. Yeah.
Actually, I can still read it. I just gotta kind of squint my eyes. This makes
Bullshit.
it easier.
I'm wearing my spare set now. Now I can see. All right, Tony, Damien, pardon me for a second. Tony, if you're still on, did you get his reply? It's a yep, he did. Yep. Oh, and you're invited to Tony's for Labor Day. Well,
If I'm in town.
all right, cool, Tony. And Damien, I'm sorry, I did not mean to interrupt or ignore you, and I really do appreciate you coming on. You know what? Even a couple years ago when I first started my YouTube channel, and was there with first responder, there was quite a few times that he was actually at work and everything, and I'm sitting here and I'm yakking away and everything. Damien shows up and he goes, "Hey man, yeah, I'm at work, but he has spent the time to talk to me and help me out. Whenever Damien, I'm sorry, buddy, I cannot say enough about you. You've always been so
thanks.
gracious and so helpful. There's a bunch of you, but you, Bear Rose, too. If it wasn't for Bear Rose, I wouldn't be doing a live stream.
Oh
But,
yeah, Bear Rose, he's
yeah.
pretty cool. Yeah.
Mopar Nut, Slantfish 65, 318, Will Run. You know all these guys.
Mm-hmm.
Mopar Joe.
Yep.
Just Mopar Joe.
Yeah, just Mopar Joe.
Yeah, just this whole community. You guys are friggin' awesome. Now, I don't always stay with automotive, and I don't always do. Actually, I don't do hot rodding. I'm just trying to get my own vehicles fucking running. That's all there is to it. But seriously, this whole community, you guys, it's just amazing. And
Oh, thank you.
I
it's a
also
good community.
Well, I was going to say, I also do understand you also have other interests and everything. And that's one of the things. That's why I thought you might be able to, enjoy some of the stories that Sean was telling and just enjoy talking to him too. Because other than the hot rodding and the mechanical work as well, I think you guys have a lot in common. My opinion. I might be wrong.
I don't know. I jump from planes. You jump from planes? No.
No, I don't jump from planes. I mean, I will if I ever had the opportunity, but
Okay.
not yet.
Tomorrow. No.
All right. Have you performed first aid and above on somebody that got fucked up on the side of the road?
Yeah,
You know,
of course.
have you done the same?
Yeah.
All right. So here's something other than hot rodding or jumping out of. What the fuck were you thinking? Jumping out of
I
planes
was thinking
that you might have in common.
the pilot has a parachute, therefore it's not a perfect plane, and I'm getting out before him.
Good way to look at it.
All right, Damien, you're a mechanic. You're mechanically inclined. Do
Sorta,
you actually know what the main purpose of a propeller is on an airplane?
Blow away the parts.
High and low pressures?
No.
I don't know.
The main purpose of a fucking propeller on an aircraft is to keep the pilot cool. That's all it is. It's a big goddamn fan.
Sure.
All right. I'm not kidding you. No.
Just open the window.
Wait, what kind of a plane are we talking about? Because they're on the wings, or are they in front of the pilot?
It really doesn't matter. They create enough of a breeze that keeps the pilot cool. All right? Because look,
Sort of like
Doesn't
that dog bit.
doesn't matter if they're 20 feet away from you on the wings. If those son of bitches stop spinning, that pilot starts sweating.
He just opens the window at that point.
Yeah, no. But as long as they're spinning, that pilot's really cool and calm and collected. But once, and it don't matter if it's right in front of him, above him, below him, behind him, right side or left side, if they stop spinning, he starts sweating. Big time. Trust
A
me.
big fan.
Been there. I've seen it happen.
Been in a Chinook when one of the motors kicked out. They're right down from the air.
Yeah.
Keeps the propeller going, but it's a very hard landing.
Ooh. Oof.
Okay. But yeah.
It's all
So
good.
now you understand, right? The propeller.
And that's why I go out before him.
When I worked for
I know how to
Beechcraft-
balance the blades on a helicopter.
Oh, nice.
Oh my God. Yeah.
There's a trick.
Yeah.
How did you end up learning that aspect?
EMT school. We went to the Life Flight,
Oh, okay. So,
and the
like flight
mechanic was
management.
there, and I just started talking to him, and he was telling me a bunch of tricks of the trade and some train secrets about a helicopter
Mhm.
and how to work on them. It's pretty interesting.
Oh yeah. You know, I love rotary wings. Sorry, it's beer.
He said rotor rooter. No.
Yeah. No, I love helicopters. God,
There's a guy that owns one not too far from me, and you'll hear him. It'll start clapping in the sky, and
Yep.
usually it's like Sunday or whatever. But yeah, he'll ride it around, and
So he's got the small personal like bubble one.
no, he's got the big one.
Oh, he got the big one. Oh, okay. Sweet.
Yeah. There's a couple of air landing strips around here, so
Oh, okay. Cool. And that I know if we had like a gazillion people on watching or whatever, I know some people, because there's other people that have had like multiple career fields, and I knew somebody who was a surgeon and a mechanic, and he ultimately explained to somebody who asked him how in the world did you go from one to the other. He goes, easy, human body, mechanic. You have to know the functions and walk through the functions and the
Yep.
kind of link and how to fix it and stuff like that. He said to me, it was just one type of machine to another.
yeah.
I can understand that. You know what? I could not only be an automotive hack, but I could be a fucking surgeon hack.
Mhm.
Meatball
No.
surgery, mash.
Doesn't
That's right.
work that way. It doesn't work that way.
Don't
Look
don't
at me.
burst my bubble,
Mark.
Damien.
Mark, it doesn't work that way, bro. Sorry.
I don't want to hear it.
I boiled water. I'm gonna pour it into the wound.
Oh, there we
I'm making
go.
meatballs.
I'm thinking, WD-40
WD-40.
sterilizes everything.
This will help your joints.
Starter fluid. I'll be right back, guys.
So which
John, keep him
Starter.
busy.
Starter
came
fluid,
first, the chicken or
epinephrine.
the egg? Did you become a mechanic first and then get into EMT, or were you EMT and then became a mechanic, or was it just kind of that both somewhere in the process you were doing them both?
Mechanic, done that for years and years. ASE, been to mom and pop shops, been to dealers, and I work for the Department of Transportation up north in Ohio, and retired from there and moved down south, and now I started another career as AEMT FAO.
How long have you been doing the EMT FAO?
About 5 years.
Have you thought about going further, or is that a comfortable zone that you're like,
I've thought about going further, but
I mean,
I don't need to. You know what I'm saying? It's like I've got so much on my plate right now. I don't have the time for schooling.
Oh,
It's
okay.
not a money thing. It's just the time. Now, if they offer, like, which they're thinking about doing, if they offer like on the job training, well, I might look into it again. But like I said, I mean, I really
Are you EMT?
what I do on the side, it pays
The rent.
almost 3 times as much as the EMT stuff and firefighter stuff. So
Gotcha.
I do for the retirement.
Yeah. Well, my wife sometimes asks me, because I was looking at jobs that didn't necessarily pay a whole lot as I retired and stuff. And she's like, why would you do that when you get paid so much more? Blah, blah, blah. I go, well, I like to be where I'm happy. I think I earned that right. But,
yeah, after COVID, though, people have been taking advantage of the the firefighters and the EMTs.
Oh, have you ever watched Fire Chronicles YouTube? The guy in Florida.
Yeah.
There's so much of that I can relate to. Not even being a firefighter, but being a first responder. It's kind of like,
I won't say 100%, but it's 95 and above.
oh, because people won't believe that truth is stranger than fiction.
I do like that, though, because the way he presents it and everything, too, is just funny as shit. Yes. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump in, but I know what you guys are talking about.
He even does follow-ups now. He does follow-up videos saying whatever happened to these 3 people, whatever. So he gives a follow-up story.
Yeah.
So
I haven't seen one of his videos in a while. I just been focused on here, and I'm kind of not looking forward to that. So
nothing but love there.
yeah, I gotta
Well, that's one of those things where I say draw a target on wall, bang head, pain goes away. No.
That's also a very military saying. Damien, I'm sorry, you have to understand we're both military, so.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm also medical, so I'm definitely already twisted.
So no, actually, what he's trying to say was he's smarter than me.
No.
Hey, my brothers are smarter than me, so.
Yeah, well, I mean, he can say it. It doesn't mean it's true. Gotcha.
I'm about that much smarter. I'm down here.
Well, also, you need to think about this too. He's also retired.
I'm retarded.
No, retired. So
Never
mean-
retire. That's when you start getting old.
yeah, well,
Well, from the military,
that's
When you-
my point right now.
like
He don't look that bad, but believe it or not, he's pushing 70.
Really?
He's in good shape.
Nice.
Yeah.
Wow.
I'm 56. I'm not 70.
I was gonna say you two got a big age jump for being in the military at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm 58. We're 2 years apart.
Okay.
Well, we're not that far.
Yeah,
apart
it's
in
just that I look better.
he looks better. I make him look good because I'm so old.
Yeah.
But in the military, it's kind of like, let's say, I know you may get this even in the EMT field or the fire department. Let's say you have somebody comes on, they're 20 years old or 21 years old or whatever, depending on what the restrictions are. And they come there to work with you guys, and you've been there 5 years. And let's just say you're younger or whatever, and you're 25. They still call you the old man. The same way in the military. Like,
Yeah.
when I was in 28, they were calling me the old man, even though I'm really young. So, actually, I got called old man even at 24.
Yeah. Well, that's because you looked it.
Thanks.
You're welcome.
I had the face only a radio would look. No.
Yep. Have a face for radio and the voice for silent
Silent.
films.
That's right.
Yeah. But again, Damien, look, even though we've never met, I really do click with you. And that's why I honestly consider you one of my good friends here. You know, we've
Thank you.
talked in person, in private, and everything. You've helped me out so much. And I just wanted you to meet.
The worst half.
Yeah, no, one of my best friends here.
Uh-huh.
Okay. It just it's just the way I am, Damien, because I really thought that you and Sean have a lot in common outside of the hot rod and mechanical thing, you know.
Dun, dun, dun. Hi, Justin.
Oh, Justin Hill. Hey, Justin.
I'm gonna cheat and do this so he can see.
Oh yeah. Well,
Oh, I guess. There you go.
he's watching, so he don't have to read. He.
Oh,
Yeah.
come on. Let me live my dream. No.
Oh God.
I
Just-
reject your reality and I accept my fantasy.
You know, Damien.
Uh-huh.
Sometimes kids, you know, they just got to
Come on,
touch.
Dad. Let me
Cut. They just got to touch things. Have to
Just
keep them
touch things.
in line.
You see with your eyes, not with your hands.
Right. Yeah.
Well, that's what the problem was. Of course, one of my sisters is blind, so it doesn't always work. That's a true story. But that is a line I used to use on her. She'd go, "Let me see that." I go, "Can you see it?" Mind you, she tells blind jokes. So, anybody else that ever sees this video later, please don't put anything in the comments. You have to understand the mentality.
Oh no, actually, there'll be like 18.
Well, you know, you actually
that
can
see
see with
my-
your hands.
Yes, you can see with your
You
hands.
you can, when you're antiquing and you're looking at crystal.
Yep.
What you do is you close your eyes and you feel the crystal. You'll feel an imperfection before your eyes will pick it up.
Yeah,
It's cold in Idaho. I do believe that.
Damien, that's true. You know, and that's again too. You know, to get a little bit off topic,
It's fine.
but when you
We're already off. So it doesn't matter.
when you're working as a mechanic too, honest to God, you use all your senses.
Oh
Sight,
yeah, if you can't see anything, you gotta
You gotta
kind
hear
of
it.
just
hearing,
touch it.
feeling,
Don't know how many times I had to reach around
and
the corner
smell
like this
too.
and
People
not see
don't
anything.
understand how much your sense of smell helps you to determine something's wrong.
Can't help
the
it
nose
there.
knows.
Took a bump to the head and lost most of my smell.
That wasn't the only thing you lost. Sorry.
Hey, can't lose what I never had. There you go.
I was trying to give you the benefit of the doubt, Sean.
It's okay. I just confirmed it for everybody.
Trying to help you out. Kids. Trying to help them out. Won't let you. Terrible thing.
Golden Idaho. I think Landon's from Idaho. Is he? I think Landon Custom Classics is from Idaho.
Oh, Damien, what's the temperature at where you're at?
I think like 40.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that's warm. We're down below freezing right now.
Oh, that sucks to be you.
Yeah, and I'm in Virginia, so I'm not even going to ask Justin
He's in Idaho.
how fucking cold it is in Idaho. Of course, that also depends. What your elevation is out there in
Cold
Idaho.
as a witch's bosom in a brass bra. That's how cold it is. So where are you located at now? I know you said originally you retired from Idaho from the thing. What state you in now?
Oh, I retired from Ohio, and now I'm in Georgia.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a bit south of us.
Yes.
So
But- Depending on where you're at, it still gets cold.
wait till Wednesday. I'm going to send all this cold air down to you by Wednesday.
I don't want it.
Well, you have no choice. I said it's going to happen.
Well, if you wear those, fancy like rubber pants, you can fart and keep yourself warm. So save the farts for everybody else later.
Just no. I'm not saying anything like that. No.
Oh man.
I think it's something I've done.
It's I just make sure that I give back everything you ever gave the military.
There you
And
go.
more.
Hey, remember this 40 years ago?
Mm-hmm.
Here's
Something like
payback.
that. Yeah.
Oh,
That's what I tell myself when something goes wrong. I think and I go, yeah, I deserve that.
I deserve that.
the nice thing is, Damien,
What's
I keep learning new things right here tonight about Sean. I had no clue he actually thought.
Yeah.
Or had one.
Yeah, between you and me, we make a brain cell. There you go.
No. That's giving me way too much fucking credit.
Okay.
Between you and me,
We get half a thought. There you go.
there you go.
Who's all in the chat? I
You
know
what,
I got
sir?
you up on the screen. I got you up on the screen.
Mhm.
And how many people are in here?
Oh, there's only 3. Besides
Oh, then-
us 3.
Oh, you mean,
So
then we're the only ones because I got you on 2 screens.
I
I
got
see.
you.
easy. Well,
That's
I see Justin's there. I know Tony left.
Yeah, well, there's 2 others that aren't saying anything. They're just sitting here and they're
Watching the
watching
3 of
us, and they're sitting there going, I don't believe this.
Well, one
They're
of
either
them.
entertaining or they're just like, oh my
See,
god.
here's one.
Huh?
There's
That's-
one.
Yep.
Okay. And there's 2 watching.
Oh, okay.
So
Yeah,
if you
they're
have
probably all
if you
Damien.
have 3 people.
Yeah.
So if you have 3 people, there's only one other person watching.
Yeah,
I see.
I
someone.
got you. Yeah. How about
Those are-
Maria?
those are my-
Where's Maria? Where's
got-
my baby girl?
I got ninjas to help with the watch hours.
There you go.
I got you.
So how late do you got to work tonight?
Holy shit.
Till I run out of stuff to do.
Oh, okay. I
gotta get,
didn't know if it was like you work 8 or if you work at 12 or what's going on.
Oh no, I
Oh,
mean,
no.
this is my
This
third.
is Damien's place.
Oh, this
job.
is your place of business. Okay, I didn't know if you worked.
Yeah, this
for
is
some-
mine.
This is yours.
This is my garage.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so you make your own hours for your garage based on what's going on.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Sometimes early, close the doors, 10 o'clock, sometimes 3, 4, even 5 a.m.
Sometimes it's worse. You work longer hours when you have your own place.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You know that.
Oh, yeah. Because
Oh
like
yeah.
I work on rental properties we also have. So I may start my day at say 7 and then come rolling in at dark and say, okay. And then other days I may pay myself back and say, okay, get in, get out after 2 to 4 hours and say, okay, go do something else. Give yourself some breathing room.
And
Right.
about once every 8 to 10 years, he'll go, hey, I'll spend a day with my friend Mark.
But I still text him and I still call him.
Yeah.
Or occasionally I'll come in while you guys are doing your video thing and I'll put in something in the chat, especially if I'm overseas.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, I have no problem with that. Like I said, look.
Mark,
when
what's
I
the
do
biggest
live-
intake valve you ever seen?
Okay. Honestly,
Me.
it was on a ship engine,
Yeah.
Damien, and the damn thing was about Christ. We're talking feet here. We're not talking inches. The damn thing. All right, I'll put it to you this way. Not that I have wide shoulders, but the damn thing was bigger than my body, wider than my body. So I have to say about 32 inches was the
In person?
biggest, not circumference, but diameter.
Mm-hmm.
The valve was 32 inches.
In person? What was that? A tugboat? Oh
Yeah,
no, it's
it
bigger
was
than
in
a tugboat.
person.
Probably a generator.
And no, I don't know what the hell it came out of because I'm not a marine mechanic. It just happened to be at a friend's where he worked, which was down in Norfolk, Virginia. And it was an engine they were rebuilding. And he asked me the same fucking thing. What's the biggest valve you ever saw, Mark? I was like, probably about a little bit over 2 inches. He's like, yeah, look at this. The fucking thing is bigger than, fucking thing is bigger than me.
What's that?
Yep.
What motor is that connected to?
A tugboat.
Yep.
Max RPM 300.
Mm.
You know what those are, right?
No.
Those are where you lap it. You put the machine on and it laps.
Oh, no kidding.
Yeah.
No kidding.
Laps the valve.
But yeah, no, Damien, no, the one he showed me, you could not pick it up in your hand. I mean, the damn thing weighed about 500 pounds. And that was a
there's
fucking
some
valve.
huge engines out there.
Yeah, well, I mean, this was actually a seagoing vessel. And it was a
Yeah, you see it and you go the other way. No.
yeah, no, it was one of those ones where you have the crankshaft that weighs 40 tons. And the thing turns at 200 RPM. And it's not an enclosed crankshaft, but it holds like 200 gallons of oil. And even with that being said, you have to go around and make sure everything is still being oiled.
God, it's 200 gallons.
There was
oh my God, yeah, it's just a big pit. The thing sits in a huge pit that actually had ladders
climbing out of it.
that you climb into, and you can't do it when it's full of oil and operating. It's for when it needs to be maintenance. All right. And they will drain the oil and pump it out to holding tanks, actually. So you can go down there and see if the bearings are eating themselves up or if they're doing okay. But other than that, it's just a big fucking pit.
One of my brothers was on when he was in the Navy. He was on one of the few ships that could actually take the entire drive shaft of an aircraft carrier and put it in their ship to repair it and
Oh,
put it
shit.
back in. And he said, you know, I think at the time it was only 3 of them, 2 or 3 of them that could do it because all the other repair ships are usually smaller. This is during like Desert Storm, Desert Shield, around that time. But he talked about, you know what it's like when you got to take the entire drive shaft of an aircraft carrier and move it from one ship to the next out at sea. I go, no. But I can imagine it was not fun. So
Just a job.
just a job.
Yeah.
Bigger it gets, the
That's
funnier.
that. I mean, that's what it really all is. It's just a job. People get used to their job, and next thing you know, it's just another day.
And you know, if you think about it, Damien, a crankshaft is a crankshaft, a valve is a valve, a piston is a piston. But what really makes it interesting too is
when you're changing the tire and it's spinning.
no, when you get into the different sizes, because we're used to, you know, a certain size
Right.
for everything. And when you get into like model planes, model aircrafts, little tiny V8
Motors.
engines that you can hold in your hand and they actually run, it's like, wow, that's really fucking cool. That's awesome. How'd you do that?
Cool, yeah.
And on the opposite end, when you have a
Those
valve,
little nitro engines.
yeah, or when you have just a valve, an intake valve that's bigger than a human being, and you know, a 100-foot long, 400-ton crankshaft, you know, with connecting rods, everything's the fucking same, you know, but you have crank rods or connecting rods that are the size of a fucking house, you know. It's kind of like, that's awesome.
Where
That's wild. How does that happen?
do they get all this steel?
Yeah, it. But you know what I'm saying, though, man. That's when even gearheads go, "Wow, that's cool." Now, what if we throw some nitrous in there? You know,
No, man, you got to throw the cans, the kegs of nitro on the ship.
it's kind of like, all right, it's got a 30-foot stroke. Can we make a stroker? What, you want to go 32 feet? No, I want to go 50. Let's have a 50-foot stroke. That'll give us some torque. Like 30-foot stroke won't give you some torque. Or actually, on the other end, what if we de-stroke it, shave the block, shave the head, move the wrist pin, increase the compression. Oh, you want to go from 20-to-1 to 50-to-1 compression with a 15-foot stroke instead of 30-foot, increase the RPM. Well, yeah, I'm sorry. You're going to have 20,000 RPM or 60,000 horsepower instead of 40,000 horsepower. Okay, yeah, let's try that. But you're going to lose torque.
You ever seen?
Yeah, I had to
Oh, no, go ahead.
make a choice between a stroker engine or a de-stroked engine for a lawnmower,
Mhm.
and I went with the stroker engine, right?
Yep.
They call it the big block. It's a Vanguard big block. There's 2 options, all right? There was a over square engine and there was an under square engine.
Right.
Well, the Vanguard had a longer stroke and the Kawasaki had a shorter stroke, but a bigger bore. And the Vanguard was the longer stroke with a smaller bore. Well, I went with the big block, which is the longer stroke Vanguard. I have 6-foot tall grass in my backyard, and I did a video on this, and I was mowing through it like nothing.
Yeah.
It's a 72-inch cut, and I was blowing through it like nothing. And the only way I could get it to bog down was to cut it real short, blow the grass clippings into the 6-foot tall grass, and then try and run through it.
Oh shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's the only
Plug
time it kind of
everything
bogged
Yeah.
down. And I'm like, holy cow, this engine's got torque.
Yep. You know, and Damien, you know this. Your regular, normal individual sitting here going, I want a 500 horsepower engine. And it's kind of like, for what? Well, I want to drive it to work every day and then on the weekends go racing.
I want to refuel it every 30 feet.
Yeah, it's kind of, no. What you really want, that's not going to do you any good, because by the time you get, with an American V8, you're not going to be happy with it. A lot of people, Damien, you know this, they confuse torque and horsepower. What most people want is a high torque engine, so they feel that, oh my God, when I step on the gas, it throws me in the back of the seat. Regular people, not racers, driving day to day. They want to get thrown in the back of the seat. They want to go around a corner, punch it, and have the back end slide out. That's really not horsepower that does that. That's torque. Because they also want to throw the wife, the 5 kids, 3 days worth of fucking camping gear or whatever in the back, and still get from 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Horsepower, yes, that helps you do it, but really it's the torque.
It's only torque. It's all torque.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter what you're talking about. It's all torque. Horsepower is just with RPM.
Yep.
As long as you can maintain torque, your horsepower keep climbing.
Yep. And that's with the engine I built for my truck, that's why I was trying to tell a lot of people, even my friends that are race engine builders, because they were more into high RPM, and we're talking circle track, okay, not drag strip.
Mm-hmm.
Talking circle track. They're like, no, what do you mean the cam you got kind of quits at 4,500 RPM? No, you want to run the damn thing up to $5,000-6,000 at least. They're looking for the $6,000-7,000 RPM. And I'm like, no, guys, no. I don't want a 3,000 RPM stall converter in a 3/4 ton 4x4 truck. That does me no good.
Yeah. Cam companies nowadays really don't know how to choose a cam for you. They'll put it in their program, and they'll always give you like 10 what do I say this? 10 more degrees of duration on the exhaust.
Right.
And that really doesn't help things with torque. That only helps with going beyond the limitations of what the engine will produce. What I'm saying is, when you have a split duration cam like that, it becomes soft to the feel, but let's just say, if your maximum RPM where it starts to drop torque is 4,500.
Yep.
If you have that split degree in the exhaust and you put a lot of degrees duration in the exhaust, it'll actually bypass that, and it'll carry to like 55, 6,000 RPM. And that's fine. I mean, in some forms of racing, that's fine, because what you have is, dirt circle, they'll give you limitations. You can't go over a certain lift. You can't go over a certain dirt. It's limiting to stock heads, stock intakes, and the only way to get that extra RPM is to split duration the cam like that. But remember the old cams, the the single pattern cams,
Yes, sir.
the duration was 240. It wasn't like 240,
Yeah, right.
250.
236, 252. Yeah.
Yeah. Remember the single pattern cams, how torquey they were?
Yeah.
I mean, right off the get go, they'd throw you back in the seat. Well, all these split duration cams, they don't do that anymore. They're soft on the bottom end. And
Well,
that's what people are getting into.
right.
And
And
that's only good in some forms of racing. And that's only the split duration cams. They'll give you the horsepower number on a dyno, but remember, you don't drive a dyno.
right.
All right. You're not looking for a peak horsepower of, well, this cam has 5 horsepower more at 7,000 RPM. Well, great, but you're dumping 10, 20 anywhere from 2,500 to 4,500 RPM. You're losing all that power below there. That's why, when people show me dyno numbers, I really don't care.
Well, not only
Peak
that, too,
numbers.
but it also depends. Okay. When you're building a race engine, you're thinking, I'm going to be setting this up for 3/4 to full open throttle. So I want as much air, it's an air pump. I want
Mhm.
as much flow going through it as possible. Unless you're, and I know we were like this, once you get past 17, 18 years old, you don't drive like that anymore. You know what I'm saying? You're not driving open throttle from a stoplight to where you want to be. And what I'm trying to say is the engine I built for my truck, I did the best I could to design it for low end torque, low RPM, not high end horsepower, and also not wide open throttle from the get go.
You got a
Basically,
single pattern in there?
do what, sir?
I think you got a split pattern in there. You don't have a single, do you?
No, I don't. I do have a split pattern. I do. But also, we talked about this, and with the advance, and again, I'm not big on. It's another thing, just like the transmission. I'm learning about the goddamn camshaft. But once I think I gave you the my cam card specs.
Yeah, I think so. That's how I know that you had a split in there.
Yep. But the way it is for what I want to use a truck for, and of course with the everything else, the compression ratio, not only static but dynamic. I think you agreed with me. You're still a little bit iffy on the numbers on paper on how it should work.
Mm-hmm.
But if we look at it, I think it's going to do what I want it to do for a truck engine, not for drag, not for a street strip, but for a truck engine, even with the split, because it's not that far off. And the lobe separation, I don't know. Damien, we'll have to go through it again. Because, I still have a chance to change that fucking cam if I need to.
Yeah. See,
Well,
they cam companies will tell you don't tighten up the LSA because you lose your vacuum brakes. Well, that's only because they over duration their cam. Duration will kill your vacuum brakes.
Yeah.
Not the LSA. The wrong duration with the LSA will kill vacuum brakes. So you can have, for instance, if you have a big enough cubic inch engine, you can run down to, a 104 LSA with a 220 duration, and you can still have full vacuum brakes. And the thing will perform phenomenally on the street.
All I'm looking for, to be honest with you, is with my truck, I carry a whole lot of shit on it.
Mm-hmm.
I just want from idle to get up and go. Really. If I have 2,000 pounds on the back, I don't want to sit
It'll
there.
haul the mail.
Yeah, and have to put my foot 3/4 of the way down on the throttle to get going. And when I'm traveling at 70 miles an hour, when I go up a 70 or 7% grade, okay, again, to keep 50 miles an hour, I don't want to have my foot to the floor. I want
Do
to
you
run.
have 411 in there?
Yeah, actually, the front gears are 411, the rear gears are 410.
410, yeah.
Yeah, so it's 4-wheel drive,
Yeah, the
and
axle, the axle difference. Some
Yeah.
gears aren't available, and
yeah. But no, because the option on this truck was the 456, 457 gear. This one
Mhm.
has the 410, 411. So it's a little bit taller gear. But
yeah, you ain't gonna notice it though.
yeah, I'll be honest with you. I really wouldn't want the 456 gears on this for a daily driver, even with an overdrive where I live, because I truly like cruising down the highway at
Mhm.
70 miles an hour at right around, I think with this truck, I'm at with the overdrive, I'm right at 2200 RPM. I could be off, but I think it was
That sounds
2200.
about right.
Because with my
You
old
got
Ford,
33s, right?
huh?
You got 33s,
36.
and you don't want 456s?
No,
Okay.
I don't need it. I haven't run into the area or position where I need that. You know what I'm saying? I'm really not
Yeah.
trying to pull a freight train.
I was gonna do 456s on the Durango with 33s, but yeah.
Yeah, no, wait, stop, back. You're right. You're right. I'm wrong. I got confused. The half tons stock height is
Oh,
31.
you're freezing. You're freezing up.
Okay, am I back?
Yeah, you're back.
All right. I was wrong. I got confused. The half tons are 31-inch stock. You're right. I have 33-inch stock. I have stock
Oh,
height
okay.
tires. So yes,
Okay, yeah,
I have
33s. Yeah.
33s. Yes, sir.
Yeah, that's
Yep. My bad. Sorry. Had a few beers.
that's like the maximum size tire I would put with a 411. But yeah,
Yeah. No, on my truck,
that'll run stock.
I kept the stock height as far as rims and tires go. 16-inch, and so the tire is 33. Until recently, well, actually on this truck, I don't even have the 12.5 wide tires. I only
The
went
wheels.
with, no, the actual tire
Okay, all right.
print itself. I went with basically the stock 10.5. On my old Ford, I had 10-inch wide rims, and I used to run 12.5-inch wide tires.
Mm-hmm.
On this one, I went with the. I still have the stock, basically 8-inch rims. All right, stock is 6-inch,
Right.
but I have aluminum rims. They're 8-inch rims, and I run a 10.5-inch tire. Wide,
Mm-hmm.
and they're 33 tall, and that's fine. I'm not a young kid anymore, and I'm not trying to be a stumper 4x4, owner or anything. And
You
not
sure?
only that, but the fucking tires are expensive, dude. All right.
More expensive than the car.
Yeah. I'm old and I have a wife and she wants stuff. And so I have to make a compromise. She likes the luxuries like running water, electricity, and a fucking roof over her head.
Mm-hmm.
And so in order to keep that, yes, I don't buy expensive rims or big ass fucking tires.
I actually went 2 sizes bigger on Veronica's car to get a cheaper tire.
Yeah. Sometimes the odd size tires like that, they are cheaper.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
think the stock ones they want to like $240 each.
Uh,
I'm
Yeah.
like, oh my God. I was like, well, I want a little bit taller of a tire, and I know I want wider. So we went from 235s to 275s.
oh, okay.
And we went down on the aspect ratio 5. So I think stock tire was 235, 55, 20. And we put 275 50/20s on it, and they're $140 a tire.
I know. Now and I hate to say it because I don't remember the size, because I'm used to the old American size.
Yeah, the bias ply size, yeah,
Right. And I can't think what I have on the truck.
60s or 50s.
Yeah, these are basically what we would consider the old 70s.
Okay.
Okay, because they are literally 10.5 inches wide.
Uh-huh.
Okay, and these are truck tires too, which is a little bit different because they're all terrain. The BF Goodrich all terrain 2s or whatever they are calling them now, Mark 2s. Dude, those are $225 a piece. I bought 4 of them.
Mm-hmm.
For a simple fact that during a hurricane, I had a tree. As I'm driving around, I'm trying to get to work. In a hurricane, I'm going to work, and a fucking tree comes down in front of the truck. I slam on the brakes. I'm doing 50 miles an hour at the time, speed limit on the road was 60. So I'm thinking I'm being good. I'm being safe. I'm going 10 miles below the speed limit. No, fucking tree comes down in front of me. I hit that son of a bitch with the brakes locked up. I'll say at 45, 40 miles an hour, I hit that tree. The front of the truck comes up, okay, goes over the tree. The back end of the truck comes straight up like this. I'm looking at the ground. Okay, everything in the back of the truck comes flying out. All right, I get the truck stopped. I'm over on the side of the road. I got people coming out to ask me if I'm okay. Had one guy said, "Man, your tires, the bottom of your tires was over the top of my car." He was driving a Mustang at the time, so I mean that was 2 feet off the ground.
Jeez.
But literally, I was 3.5 feet off the ground. He said, "But yeah, your tires were over the roof of my car." I'm like, "Yeah, well, no shit, it scared the fuck out of me."
I know, I was in the truck.
Yeah, and I'll tell you,
you should do that.
This-
I meant to do that.
No. the poor guy, this guy comes out of his house. He's like, he's looking at his yard because everything that was in the back of my truck is sitting on his friggin' yard. And he's like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "Yeah, I think so. Other than needing change of shorts, I think I'm okay. All right, do we need to call a tow truck or anything? I'm not sure. Damien, we loaded everything. Oh my God. You would have to be there to believe this. People that were sitting there on the side of the road, okay, well, actually in the road, because they can't go anywhere because a fucking tree came down. They're stopped. They helped me load everything off of this guy's yard. Back in the back of my truck, in the bed of my truck, we picked everything up. And I went on down the road with the steering wheel like this. And then also like this too. I'm going down the road like this.
Only got a little play.
Yeah, my wheels are sitting there going like this as I'm going down the road. But honest to God, it only cost me $150 to replace all the damage on the front of that truck. And the biggest thing was the center link. Okay. That center link it was bowed. It was hitting my front differential.
Wait. On that style truck, I don't think you got a center link. You got
Yes, I do. It goes.
Well, you got the Pitman. It goes to one steering, and then you just got a straight bar from one steering wheel to the other.
All right. Well, that's what I call the center link. It goes right. The only wheel that truck steers is the left wheel.
Correct.
Okay. And then, yes, you have that big bar.
Okay.
I've always called it a center link. What is it actually called?
I think you're right with the center link. I was thinking of the other center link with cars and the A-arms.
Yeah, no, I mean,
but yeah,
this thing's about 5 fucking feet long because my truck is 6 feet wide.
Yeah.
So yeah, it goes from your Pitman arm.
Yeah.
All right, on the left side, and that's the only wheel.
Pitman to the drag link, and then to your tie rods to the center link. Yeah.
All right, that thing was bent up to my axle. It was sitting there, and part of the problem was every time I turned, it was bent so bad it was hitting the
diff cover.
Yes, on the front axle, 4-wheel drive. It was hitting that. So yeah, I'm sitting there going, "Oh, it gets stuck. Okay, here we go." But in the meantime, because
the tires are fighting themselves.
Exactly, because it was bent in. The front wheels are sitting like this. Not only that, but I also busted all the belts. I did not blow a tire, but I busted the belts.
Yeah.
On the front. So I'm sitting there. So I'm going down the road. The thing is bouncing. I'm trying to steer it, and it's getting hung up and everything. But I drove it to work. I went to work. And yeah, there's $150 to replace the front end. All right, with the don't ask me all the names of turns because now you're making me question myself. But the center link, all right, the drag links, and of course, actually, believe it or not, the Pitman arm was fine.
Wow, that's a big box.
But I replaced all that and a headlight and a headlight bucket because there was a fucking branch that went right into that.
Okay.
That I hit, and it was like a baseball bat. It just hit that, and I'm like, okay, so I need a headlight. I looked at the headlight. No, I was pulling branch, wood from the tree out of it because it stabbed it just like a spear. And it took that whole bucket and just mangled it. Yeah. It just twisted it. That was actually the hardest. I had to go to a fucking junkyard to get the headlight bucket. I have sealed beams. I had to go to a junkyard because nobody makes it new.
Of course not.
Well, not that I could find at the time. They probably do, but I went to a boneyard and got it. With that being said, same boneyard.
Welcome to the bone.
The tailgate on my truck,
Yeah.
very bottom was rotted out. Very common. It was rotted out, and I was looking for tailgates. Okay, the best price I could find, Damien, was again $400. I'm like, yeah, no, I can't
Yeah.
afford that. So I went to a boneyard. I saw a very nice looking truck, had a beautiful body on it, and it was sitting in the boneyard. It still had the wheels on it and everything. I'm like, well, this is a little bit unusual. And it was parked on the outside of the lane. You know, they usually have all the vehicles lined up. And at this boneyard, normally they have them all set up on old rims. You know, they'll weld them together and set the
Mhm.
vehicle up on the rims and everything. So if you need to get under, it's safe. You don't have to worry about the fucker falling down on you and everything. Well, this one's still sitting on its tires and rims and everything. And I'm like, holy shit, I've only seen a couple like that, and they're usually brand new. You know, in other words, the junkyard, the boneyard just got them in. And so I called them up and I said, I have a 92, Dodge pickup truck. How much you want for a tailgate? Well, if you can find one, it's $150. I'm like, well, fuck, I can do that. All right, no problem. Here's the thing. This truck has not been touched. Okay, it's sitting there right there. And nothing's been taken off of it. So I grabbed the tailgate and a few other things off of it. I went up to the front and I paid for it. Okay. And threw it in the back of the wife's Jeep. And we left. It turns out that it was one of their employees' trucks that had just actually parked it there so he could go get parts.
I was just about to jump.
Yeah, I
to
was like-
say he pulled it and it was the owner's.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was coming.
It was one of the guys that worked for him. It was his personal vehicle. I fucking stole his tailgate and a few other things off his own.
Technically, you
personal
didn't
vehicle.
steal it. You paid for it.
I was like, son of a bitch. I said, because they called me. I'm like, all right, no problem. I will bring the parts back if you want. And honestly, the guy was like, nope, don't worry about it. He went out drinking that night and he wrecked it.
Well,
Younger guy, but yeah, he totaled his truck. But yeah, they had tracked me down because they wanted to know, and I was like, son of a bitch. Well, I'll bring the parts back, give me money. No, he had wrecked his truck. So anyway, yeah. But it's just one of those things, Damien. What are the odds that, you take your vehicle, you work at a junkyard, at a boneyard,
Man, I don't even want to think about it.
and
Man,
and
that's crazy.
some idiot like me comes by and strips your fucking vehicle, and the people you work for sell the parts to your vehicle.
Hey,
Like,
we
I'm
got an
like,
employee
holy
that has the
shit.
same vehicle as you.
Yeah.
I parked in the parking lot and I came back out. My thing was on 4 blocks. And they sold it. What's up with it?
Yeah. But yeah,
You did him a face.
yeah,
That's
that poor
crazy.
son of a bitch, though. Well, if he hadn't got, he probably got shit faced because some asshole ripped his, stripped his truck. Well, he was
It's all
at
your
work.
fault. It's all your fault.
That's
Yeah.
Louise.
Because
You should have asked him. You should have asked him. Well, how much you want for the wrecked truck?
Yeah.
Or start singing the.
Yeah, look, I was just happy they weren't going to press charges or, do anything else. And when they told me that, I was like, so I get to keep the parts? Yeah. I was like, okay, we're good. Do not
I
push
bet you
your
he got
luck.
the money though.
Yeah.
Hey, you could start singing like you do on Hee Haw. Where are you tonight?
Why don't you
Oh.
leave me all by myself?
Mark, I gotta
I
get something
searched
done,
the
bro.
world over.
And I thought I
I
found
found true love.
You met
in
another.
I gotta get something
You
done.
were gone. Damien's a little bit younger than us by maybe 30 years, so he might not get that reference.
You can Google it or you can YouTube it.
Oh, I'm not that. I'm not that.
Hee
I'm
Haw,
not that.
Damien,
Huh.
did you ever watch Hee Haw?
Yes,
That's oh, okay. You thought about it for a minute. I was like, no, I don't think so.
it's been a minute.
Yeah, but it's not one of those things that are pops right into your mind first thing.
Hey, it's all generational share at this point.
Well, honest to God, on occasion, I forget Sean is as old as he is.
I escaped from the old person society.
No, you haven't escaped yet. You just found a different section.
Snuck out through the laundry room window.
All right, Mark, I'm gonna get back to work here. I gotta finish this perch.
Damien, thank you so much. And thank you again, sir, for all your help.
Thanks again.
Always. I appreciate it. And I appreciate you,
Thank you.
showing up here and talking to Sean. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Over 4 hours on a live stream. Yeah. We're going to go for another hour just so I can beat my record. And we'll probably talk about some more Army shit.
Yeah. That's it.
And then I have to
don't go over 10 hours, okay?
Oh, no.
No, I'm not going for the marathon.
Whatever you do, don't go over. See, sometimes you'll be running a live. Don't go over 10 hours because then YouTube will start deducting watch hours.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
all right. So just keep that in mind. And if you watch someone else's channel, if you go to bed at night and you got to watch someone else's channel to give them some watch hours, don't go over 10 hours watching their channel because then they'll start.
Oh, no shit. I did not know that. And I appreciate
there's all kinds of algorithms out there that.
Yep.
Yeah.
I appreciate that.
10 hours is the cutoff.
Seriously, I don't have to worry about somebody watching my channel for 10 hours straight anyway.
I don't know. It's entertaining.
That's a fucking non-issue.
What are you talking about?
But I do appreciate it.
All right.
All right, buddy. You have a good evening.
All right. You do as
Thank
well.
you, sir.
See y'all.
Yes, talking to you. You take care, buddy.
All right.
All right. Hey, Sean, we're back.
That guy looks familiar. That guy looks. Oh, okay, that guy looks better than. No,
Oh, yeah.
The camera's opposite.
Yeah.
What do you think? Okay.
I got you. All right. What are you working on now?
Working on some computer lab classes while we talk.
I got you. I'm sorry, buddy.
No, you.
But yeah, I think I hate to say it too. Yeah, 4 fucking hours online, live stream. I just had to do that because of my ad.
Your ad?
Yeah, my.
What are you adding?
Oh no, my advertisement. And since
I see. You said Blimian.
we'll put it up here. All right, because it doesn't have a whole lot of views.
Oh, that ad is the one for your channel.
Yes.
Yes, it's that one you showed.
And yeah, I know I showed you, but now, I want to show everyone since I have a 4 hour video. Oh, never mind. Doesn't matter. Can't see it, but they can hear it.
Are you or someone you know having difficulty falling asleep at night? Are you up at dark 30 in the morning, tossing and turning, your mind just racing a mile a minute? Have you tried turning on the radio or the television to a boring late night program, only to be intrigued and find yourself captivated by the topic? Well, try Sidewinder Shed on YouTube. Click on one of my videos, or better yet, click on one of my 4-hour live streams. Have no fear of being captivated by any topic that I discuss. That's Sidewinder Shed on YouTube. Try it.
There you
Yeah. So now,
go. It's a free for ad.
not only that, but
Free for you.
I also have a 4-hour live stream.
There you go. So just for that
You know-
commercial, we just
Yeah.
did this.
You know, honestly, I was being a smart ass because I don't think I had a 4-hour live stream before this one.
That's because he needed somebody to sit beside him to be a co-pilot, just to or to have a long chat like he just did.
Yeah.
Was
Well,
one
Damien
of you
helps.
guys.
Yeah, Damien helps big time. Well, with that being said, too, you know, when people actually listen to this,
Mhm.
I have been told they enjoy military stories.
Their stories.
Yeah.
Okay.
Especially if it concerns, you know, jumping out of aircraft, getting shot at, getting blown up, or, you know, beating people up. And they've heard all mine. Your turn.
My turn.
Tell a story.
Tell a story. Okay. I'm gonna tell a dirty joke. A white horse falls in a mud puddle.
And to come out.
Let's see. What could I? I know. I can tell you about. I could tell you about the time when I worked in veterinary services for the Army in my early years as a private and a specialist. I got to work for the Secret Service a little bit, so I got to take care of George, the first George Bush, his puppy dog, Millie.
Okay.
So what people understand is the pet gets a designated vehicle. Whether they use that vehicle for something else, it doesn't matter. But anyways, they get a designated vehicle and a designated driver and Secret Service person. That's their job, is to make sure to do whenever they got to go someplace or do something. So she had been with us, had to be, just taken care of, getting her general follow-up and everything else. And my sergeant and the officer, the veterinarian, had to go out and go do something to another location. And they're like, "You got this?" I'm like, "Yeah, I got it. No problem." And they're like, "He'll be in about 2 hours." Okay, cool. 2.5 hours, however long it was. So Secret Service guy comes in, and mind you, I know all the other Secret Service guys that I deal with a lot, because we also deal with their dogs. Because there are Secret Service dogs.
Look, I'm also hearing this for the first time. I'm just fucking amazed. You got to take care of the first dog.
Yeah, the first dog.
Yeah.
So, and Millie, just so
That's
you know, to add to
fucking
the story,
cool.
Millie was named after Millie Vanilli. Google it. Anyways, so a singing group. Anyways,
Yeah, George wasn't that bright anyway. But anyway.
I didn't say it.
Oh.
So, anyways, the Secret Service guy comes up, and he comes into pick up Millie. I'm sitting there working on the records and stuff, and the counter is about this high for new people to come in. And he comes up to the counter. He's got his shades on, and he's got his earpiece in, and he's not looking at me. He's looking left, he's looking right. Mind you, we are on a military base. So he comes in and he looks left, looks right, and he goes, "Is she ready?" I'm like, "Yeah." Try not to laugh. So I go get Millie. I get Millie. I bring her out. We walk her around. We put her into the vehicle. This is sort of, at that time, looks sort of like a grayish Cadillac.
Okay.
Or smoky Cadillac with a black top and very tinted windows. So once she jumps in, I lean over to rub her head. The Secret Service guy reaches in his jacket and puts his hand on his weapon, gets between me and Millie. I have to tell him, "Dude, I've had this dog for 2.5 hours. There are no markings on this dog. If I wanted to put her in my truck and leave, I could have. 1, 2, I have a whole drug cabinet full of stuff. If I wanted to do something to her, I could have done it long before you got here." And he's like, "Oh." So later on, I tell the other Secret Service guys, because they bring the Secret Service dogs by, and they go, "Yeah, that's why he has puppy detail." That's a quote. That's a quote.
He's not upright, so he gets puppy detail.
So, so if you've ever seen somebody who's really into their job,
God damn.
I'm almost afraid he would have shot the president.
Don't pet your dog. Jesus.
So
I did not know that. That's actually very entertaining. It's a goddamn shame someone's gonna have to wait 4 fucking hours to hear it.
it's all right.
Let's
Just make
look
sure you zip to the end. You can
Yeah, no, I might actually edit that one and throw it up as a small. Yeah, as a short.
Come here, baby. Come on, baby.
But Sean,
Yeah.
I love you, buddy. With that being said, I have to get up at 3:00 in the morning.
Oh, lovely.
So
I'm gonna finish up some of my homework.
yeah, say goodbye because we're gonna goodbye because we're gonna end this.
All right.
And it's very simple. I hit that twice.